Muy buenos días, feliz lunes a todos ustedes. Espero que hayan tenido un excelente fin de semana y no hayan visto el partido de ayer de Canadá contra Sudáfrica. ¡Wow! ¡Qué mierda de partido! Felicidades a las 12 secundarias que llegaron al Mundial y pudieron jugar ese partido. Ha de haber sido un honor. Pésimo, pésimo, pésimo. Y también esto es lo malo de que hayan incluido a tantos países y que hayan hecho esto más alargado, pues vas a tener juegos pésimos ahorita. Los 16avos todavía van a ser una mierda. Si a veces en los octavos ya normales, en los mundiales, pasan equipos que dices, puta madre, ¿qué hacen aquí? Los 16avos siguen siendo una cascarita en algunas ocasiones, ¿no? Entonces, algo decepcionante, honestamente. Hasta mi mujer estaba, este partido sí está de hueva, ¿no? Y para que Belén lo sepa, está cabrón. Pero como sea, bienvenidos el día de hoy. Hoy es lunes, damas y caballeros, y vamos a hablar de algo serio, muy serio. No, no es tan serio, pero es serio. Y eso es, ¿cómo? Quiero ponerlos en este modo, ¿no? ¿Cómo es que podemos comprar cerca de los fondos y vender cerca de los topes? Y es porque hay señales muy claras en ambas direcciones que tienen que ver no solo con el precio, pero también tienen que ver con las noticias que te dan. Y esto va un poco enfocado a la gente que quiere comprar acciones de inteligencia artificial. Porque ahorita hay dos cosas que están pasando. En lo que la bolsa está ajustando como lo hace cada 4 años, como lo hace cada ciclo de 4 años, ¿no? Igualito que Bitcoin, en lo que la bolsa está haciendo lo mismo, ya tienes a todo el mundo saliendo a decirte que esto es el principio de la gran recesión. No, 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 no. ¿Y cómo sabes que no, Alejandro? Es justamente lo que vamos a platicar en este momento. Lo primero que tienen que entender es que no. En el 2008 no había una cantidad de millones de personas que se dieron cuenta que era la gran recesión. Y en el 2008, cuando llegamos al punto donde ya literalmente tuvo que salir la Reserva Federal a darle permiso a todo el mundo que dijera que era la gran recesión, hasta ese entonces todo el mundo lo negaba. Era, sí, no tengo trabajo, todo el precio de todo colapsó, me dejó mi vieja porque no tengo dinero, pero esto no es una recesión. Tranquilo, en la televisión me están diciendo, no es una recesión, Alejandro, ¿qué quieres que te diga, no? Y ahorita ya instantáneamente en cuanto ves la bolsa caer, la cosa es, las acciones de inteligencia artificial han bajado 20%, más o menos si ves Micron, Nvidia, SanDisk, etcétera, han tenido una corrección de hasta 20% y están más arriba ahorita, pero el primer movimiento fue como de un 20%. Y eso tiene a todo el mundo súper espantado, especialmente a tu Paco favorito. ¿Ok? ¿Por qué? Y es justamente lo que se refiere el título de este video. Están repitiendo todo. Por esto, ahorita no es la recesión, no es la fuerte, es lo normal. Primero le voy a dar beneficio al ciclo y la repetición de lo mismo. ¿Ok? Pero tenemos que tener en mente que también hay un ciclo gigantesco acabando que causó la Gran Depresión en el 2000, no, en 1929. Y ese es el ciclo de 100 años. También tenemos un ciclo de 16 años acabando, ¿no? Que es 2008. Y tenemos, por supuesto, nuestros ciclos de 4 años, y este se parece más al del 2018, más que al del 2022, ¿ok? Tenemos todo eso. Y por supuesto, tienen que saber ustedes, y es por esto que me estoy guiando y basando en qué ciclo es en el que estoy y por qué todavía no llego a la gran caída. La primera cosa que me dice por qué no llego a la gran caída, sea la del ciclo de 16 años o la de 1929, es porque el hecho de que tu Paco favorito te esté diciendo que está empezando la crisis o que se viene una crisis, instantáneamente lo desacredita. Y ustedes dirán, pero güey, cuando empieza a caer el mercado, todo el mundo va a decir eso. Pero la idea es que haga pensar a todo el mundo que no, que fue un accidente. Por eso me gusta, a mí me encanta este juego, porque es un puto juego mental divino. Todo el mundo cree que esto es un juego de finanzas y lo que estudiaron en términos matemáticos y económicos. Este es un juego puramente divino porque es completamente psicológico. Y es a mí lo que me gusta de este pedo. Les voy a dar el ejemplo más tonto que existe y el más reciente, para los que se acuerdan, ¿ok? Y recuerden, este es mi punto de vista. Algún día me voy a tener que equivocar otra vez, ¿no? Definitivamente. Entonces, no espero siempre estar en lo correcto, pero esto es lo que yo he estado aprendiendo estos últimos años y es lo que he estado notando. Entonces, es por lo que yo me voy a regir. Si tú estás viendo a tu Paco favorito y te está diciendo, güey, es el fin del mundo, perfecto, güey. Y le crees, perfecto. Hazlo. Aquí yo no te vendo vengo a venderte religión. Aquí vengo solamente a contarte lo que estoy viendo y lo que he aprendido, ¿no? En voz alta, para que después vengas y te rías de mí. Es el objetivo final de todo esto. Cuando cayó Bitcoin ahorita, y esto lo repitieron idéntico del 2022, ¿eh? Cuando cayó Bitcoin en el famoso 10 de octubre, que se dio un mechazo, pero cabrón, junto con todas las altcoins, ¿se acuerdan? Que creo que pinche XRP bajó como 40% en un mechazo y una mamada así, ¿no? El 10 de octubre del 2025, ya que ya había llegado Bitcoin al tope. Te dieron ese bajadón y nadie lo podía explicar. Mucha gente hasta la fecha todavía dice, no, es que Binance se puso a vender y no sé qué vergas, ¿no? Si saben. Pero ¿qué pasó cuando te dio este flechazo a la baja? Para mí eso fue el gran, güey, esto es el tope. Porque además todo el mundo seguía volteando para arriba. Ese es otro indicador, ¿ok? Cuando todo el mundo está volteando para abajo, no hay abajo. Para cuando todo el mundo está volteando para arriba, no hay arriba. Es lo que normalmente pasa en fines de estos ciclos grandes. Y en el 2025 tuvimos un día en cripto, para los que no estén informados, donde todo se fue a la mierda en cuestión de horas, tío. O sea, cabrón. Y nadie salió a darte malas noticias. Nadie. Todo el mundo dijo, esto es un error, una gran oportunidad de compra. ¿Y por qué? Porque es un juego psicológico. Porque el que haya un dip tan grande haga que la gente compre el dip, les pague en el camino para arriba, pero no llegó a regresar a retestear altos históricos. Pero ese tipo de, güey, ve lo que gané con esta movida, es lo que genera que todo el mundo diga, güey, pues entonces es un dip para comprar. Recuerden que literalmente hasta, yo creo que hasta hace unas semanas, cuando Bitcoin cayó a 60,000, ¿cuándo fue eso? En febrero. Hasta febrero la gente no dejó de pelearse en X con todos los que pensábamos que ya habíamos visto el tope. Y estábamos literalmente en el mismo precio que estamos ahorita, ¿eh? Ya ahorita ya la gente se volvió un genio del ciclo de 4 años y ya saben lo que sigue, ¿no? Pero hasta febrero, todos los mismos idiotas o el mismo idiota con todos sus bots que viene a mentarme la madre cuando se siente solo porque está perdiendo todo su dinero en casa, estaban como, no, güey, este es el fondo, este es el fondo, este es el fondo, y es el dip para comprar, y el dip para comprar, y el dip para comprar. No pararon, güey. Después de que Bitcoin había ido de $126,000 a $60,000, fue cuando empezaron a pensarla. Y luego tuviste el pump que siempre te da a esos $82,000, y todo el mundo se volvió completamente alcista otra vez y dijo, esto es el fin de todo esto. Eso es lo que requiere un tope gigantesco. Ese tipo de mentalidad. El que tu Paco favorito instantáneamente salga y te diga, no, güey, es que los semiconductores es la burbuja de la inteligencia artificial, brother. O sea, no mames, qué horror, qué cosas, ¿no? ¿Qué creen que pase? Y ahora, quiero que pongan atención a esto. Y se los iba a enseñar en pantalla, y por eso tengo mi celular acá, como si fuera ir al mundial y estuviera en el mundial grabando mis reacciones. En vez de ver el partido, estoy solamente grabando mis reacciones a todo. Por cierto, esto aplica para todos, en todo tipo de escenario. Y esto, bueno, ahorita voy a hacer ese paréntesis. Da igual. Ok, es en historia, bookmarks. Ok. Quiero que entiendan lo que yo estoy viendo, que les están poniendo otra vez que se repite. Y la última vez que pasó esto, ahorita les voy a decir cuándo fue y por qué. Y pone, lo voy a tener que leer en inglés, Mark Andreessen. Mark Andreessen es un güey que va a Joe Rogan, ¿no? Que inventó un programa de inteligencia artificial que cree que hace código para no sé quién, bla, 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 bla. Uno de esos güeyes archicuadribillonarios que gracias a él comparten su inteligencia con nosotros, ¿no? Que nada más tiene que ir a todos los podcasts del mundo porque cuando tienes miles de millones de dólares no puedes simplemente chilear en casa con tu familia. Tienes que seguir, brother. Ese dinero no se va a acumular en billones y cuadrillones si no sigues. Pone, many smart people, AI insiders, ¿no? Mucha gente muy inteligente, gente que trabaja en la inteligencia artificial, están diciendo que el modelo GLM 5.2 es el primer modelo de China de inteligencia artificial, y perdón, estoy traduciendo al mismo tiempo en lo que lo estoy leyendo. Es el primer modelo chino de inteligencia artificial que básicamente llega a la altura al modelo más grande americano o lo sobrepasa. Eh, es increíble el timing de esto, ¿no? Y el siguiente es, por supuesto, la gran página de megapacos, ¿no? Watcher Guru. Acá. Justin, AI bubble could trigger a global financial crisis soon. Central bankers warn. Y esto quiere decir, noticia de último minuto. La burbuja de inteligencia artificial podría detonar una crisis financiera, advierten los bancos centrales. ¿Quién se acuerda de la última vez que les dijeron o sacaron el modelo ese chino que costaba $5 millones en vez de los de cuadrillones comparado con OpenAI y todos los modelos que tenemos nosotros? ¿Quién se acuerda? Fue cuando ajustó AI rico que pudiste haber comprado, pero te dijeron que era el principio de la burbuja de la inteligencia artificial, brother. Entonces, instantáneamente, cuando tienes ajuste en sectores como inteligencia artificial y salen a darte las malas noticias que esto podría ser el fin de todo, es para que no compres. Así, no, más claro no lo puedo poner. Es literalmente la movida para que no compres el dip. Pero, güey, ¿cuándo voy a saber qué comprar el dip de no sé qué? Tienes obviamente que hacer un poco de análisis técnico y tienes que también sentir qué tan miedoso está tu paco al tiempo correcto y cómo te sientes tú. Cuando te dé miedo comprar es cuando normalmente quieres comprar. Cuando digas, ay, esto va a bajar más, güey, no sé si la estoy cagando, es normalmente cuando quieres comprar algo, lo que sea. Es mi opinión tan honesta y sencilla. Y obviamente necesitas un poco de aprender a leer tablas para que no te vean la cara de pendejo en este tipo de cosas. Pero se me hace elemental, esencial y muy importante entender esto. Entonces, ¿esto es la burbuja? No. Lo que para mí y a mi gusto estamos viendo es simplemente el ajuste de fin de año de ciclo de 4 años. Y la movida grande puede que se dé 2029, 2030, 2031. La caída grande. Ahora, ¿por qué no ahora? Están armando un show, tíos. La gente que no vive en Estados Unidos no lo comprende, porque solamente leen las noticias de lo que está viviendo la gente en Estados Unidos. La gente en Estados Unidos, se los digo con el corazón en la mano, no tiene un centavo. Todo lo que tienen es deuda. Es todo lo que tienen. Y continúan acumulando más. Y les están haciendo pensar que esto nunca va a cambiar para que sigan tomando las peores decisiones del mundo. ¿Por qué? Porque los quieren dejar tan en la mierda que cuando les digan, güey, vamos a imprimir 400 cuadrillones de dólares, todo el mundo diga, sí, por favor. Definitivamente lo necesitamos porque no recuerdo lo que pasó la última vez que imprimimos 8 trillones de dólares. Literalmente. Entonces, esta vez que me estás ofreciendo, papi gobierno, salvarme imprimiendo 400,000 trillones de dólares, por favor hazlo. Te lo ruego porque definitivamente no va a tener consecuencias negativas para mí en el futuro y voy a regresar a caer en la misma pinche estúpida posición en la que estoy ahorita. Entonces, sí, por favor hazlo. Esa es la idea. Necesitan poder romper a todo el mundo a grados que nunca han visto en su puta vida. Y hasta que no logren eso, no se van a detener. Y están trabajando todos en unison, en unidad. Para eso son unas vergas estos güeyes. Así como todo el mundo, y salió Jeff Bezos, y salió Bob Iger, y salieron todos los güeyes que manejan las empresas más grandes del mundo. ¿Qué fue? ¿2022, 2023? A decirte que todo el mundo tenía que regresar a la oficina a trabajar. Y todo el mundo, sí, es que güey, sí. Si no estoy en la oficina, yo sé que a la empresa le ha ido poca madre en los últimos años que nadie está en la oficina y que puede también reducir gastos como de tener edificios pendejos donde todo el mundo va y se odia y habla pura mierda entre ellos y tienen problemas sexuales o entre la relación de todos y las dinámicas de poder entre todo el mundo. Pero necesitamos regresar a la oficina definitivamente. Que todos se pusieron de acuerdo. Todos. Por ejemplo, las marcas de coches grandes, las agencias, están dispuestas a tener coches parados que no pueden vender sin bajar el precio. Están completamente dispuestos a ver sus coches sentarse ahí y no bajar el precio. ¿Por qué? Te están dando la idea de que todo esto sigue subiendo. Recuerda, lo que hizo que subiera el precio de los coches, no importa lo que digas, más allá de la gran impresión de dinero, fue que dejaron de hacer coches. Ellos pueden en cualquier momento volver a regresar a lo mismo de antes. No lo están haciendo a propósito. Esto es un esfuerzo coordinado de las empresas más grandes en Estados Unidos, en todos lados, para poder hacer a todo el mundo vivir en una ilusión de que no, güey, tú eres el único que no tiene dinero. Tú eres el único que está jodido. Tú eres el único al que no le alcanza. Cuando no es cierto. Todo el mundo, no les canso de dar ejemplos de gente que conozco, está literalmente declarando bancarrota, tíos. O ni siquiera, están simplemente poniendo todo en la tarjeta de crédito, porque haya gente que todavía no se los carga la verga mentalmente. Los que ya están declarando bancarrota es porque ya no pueden más. Ya no pueden con las llamadas, ya no pueden con el banco, ya no pueden con nada y es de, ok, voy a deshacerme de todo este pedo. Y eso lo van a seguir empujando. Mientras, y esto se los había dicho también en el 2023, para mí la bolsa tiene que seguir subiendo. ¿Por qué? Porque es lo que crea más disparidad porque lo que nosotros creemos por alguna razón es que nuestro gobierno o la gente a cargo del gobierno o la gente a cargo de la economía, como lo quieras ver, lo que quiere hacer es arreglar la economía, balancear la economía para que todo regrese a la normalidad. No, 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 no. Lo que buscan es hasta el último minuto, el último centavo, ahorcarte y ya que estés a punto de morirte, te suelten para que digas, por favor, ayúdame. Y en cuanto hagas eso, te abrochen con la ayuda que va a ser definitivamente beneficiosa para ellos. ¿Beneficiosa? ¿Beneficial? No sé cómo se dice. Pero les va a beneficiar a ellos. Ya lo he explicado 1000 veces. A fin de cuentas, ¿cómo funciona el sistema financiero del mundo? Es, dales dinero para que después se les acabe de acuerdo a todas tus políticas que estás cambiando, y una vez que se les acabe y que no tengan nada, les digan, ¿quieren ayuda? Sí, tomen más dinero, porque todo ese dinero les regresa a ellos y están encontrando formas de hacerlo más rápido y eficientemente. Por eso les digo, Elon Musk del 2020 tenía 40,000 millones de dólares, ahora solamente tiene $1 trillón. Si alguien viene aquí a decirme, ya no tiene 1 trillón, bro, bajó Space, me vale verga, ¿ok? Por el puto amor de Dios. O sea, entonces, este es el fin de la jugada de la inteligencia artificial. Personalmente no lo creo, tíos. No lo creo. Yo lo que creo que estamos viendo en este momento simplemente es otro ajuste de mercado de 4 años. No es el fin del ciclo grande. Porque, de nuevo, ¿qué es lo que tendríamos que ver? ¿Qué es lo que tendríamos? A cada tope, cuando sientes y ves un tope que va a durar años, ¿qué es lo que hay? La idea de que no es el tope. La idea de que es una gran oportunidad de compra. El hecho de que tu Paco favorito esté saliendo a decirte que viene una gran crisis y que no sé qué, que ahorita, otra que me encanta es la de Michael Saylor, una excelente, excelente jugada. Como Michael Saylor están anunciando todos ahorita que va a vender más Bit, pero lo bueno es que te están diciendo. Entonces solamente tienes que esperarte a que pase. ¿No? Entiendan esto, nunca nada de lo que te dicen o lo que estás leyendo es para tu beneficio, va en contra tuya. Si aprendes eso, vas a poder jugar este juego al nivel más alto. Si no aprendes eso, te va a llevar la verga, ¿no? Por más que te digan, no, pero es que, güey, es lo que tiene que... No, esto no tiene, una vez más, fundamentos que se pueden medir. Esto literalmente es guerra psicológica al mayor nivel y me fascina. Lo siento. Me gusta demasiado, lo disfruto muchísimo. Así que tengan eso en mente. La otra cosa que les iba a decir, la gente grabándose, tíos, están viendo el temblor de Venezuela. Un saludo a todos los venezolanos, por supuesto. Y hay gente que está saliendo a la calle grabándose en lo que se está cayendo todo. Cabrón, voltea alrededor tuyo y ve lo que está pasando. Y esto pasa todo el tiempo, ya también en accidentes y todo. Se voltea un coche enfrente tuya y la gente, en vez de ir a ayudar, va a ir a grabar. O sea, no sean simios, por el amor de Dios, cabrones. No sean simios, por el amor de Dios. Y también la otra, la gente acá diciéndole a todo el mundo que es que nadie los está ayudando. Uno, es horrible lo que pasó. Tristemente, si no vives ahí, no fuiste afectado directamente, tío, el estar con ese pendiente dentro de ti te está comiendo y es negativo en este puto juego de mierda que se llama vida. Entonces, tienes que tener indiferencia a eso. Si puedes ayudar, digo, ayuda en lo que puedas, ¿no? Pero salte de ese, porque yo entiendo, yo soy alguien muy empático y eso es algo que he tenido que trabajar muchísimo. El no sentir el pesar de otros, de otras situaciones tan grandes. Y la otra, toda la misma gente, pinche falta de incongruencia social que tienen, güey. Está cabrón. Toda la gente cuando dije, güey, voy a comprar propiedad en Venezuela porque les quitaron al pinche dictador de mierda que tenían. Vayan a ver mis comentarios en Instagram. Venezuela para los venezolanos, vete a la verga, pinche aprovechado. Si quiero aprovechar, me voy a ir a comprar ahorita, pendejos. Y ahorita es cuando los mismos güeyes que me dijeron eso me están diciendo, ahora sí querías comprar, pero no vienes a ayudar. No te debo nada, carnal. No te debo absolutamente nada y nadie te debe nada en este planeta. Que vayan y le estén escribiendo a todo el mundo de haciéndolo sentir mal. De por sí, quiero que sepan esto, me escribe gente todos los días cuando no les quiero ayudar, me escriben de vuelta. Ah, pero te haces pasar como el buen güey de no sé qué. No, 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 no te equivoques. Yo en mi puta vida he dicho que voy a ayudar a alguien porque, ay, güey, de mi corazón, ni madres. Y cuando lo hago callado. Porque eso ayudar a hacer caridad en voz alta es también patético, en mi opinión. Entonces, sáquense esto de la cabeza todos ustedes que tienen, que alguien les debe algo. Nadie les debe nada. Nadie les debe nada. Y la otra, no es a influencers y a creadores de contenido. Todos ustedes ahora son creadores de contenido. Todos. Si te mueres y tienes una cuenta de Instagram y no has hecho nada con tu puta vida, van a decir el creador de contenido porque tienes una cuenta de Instagram cuando te mueras y salga en el periódico si te moriste de una manera chistosa. ¿Por qué? Porque así ya todos ustedes tienen la ansiedad cabrona, ¿no? Exponenciada a todo lo que sea porque no deberíamos de tener todo este tipo de conexiones sociales. Se los he dicho 1,000,000 de veces. Entonces, sáquense ese pedo de la cabeza, cabrones. Vayan a vivir su vida, disfruten, pongan el puto teléfono abajo y vivan. Está cabrón, están cabrones. Está llegando ¿cómo se dice? Ser un simio está llegando a niveles de altos históricos. Altos históricos. Bitcoin nunca se atrevió a subir tanto como el nivel de ser un simio en esta puta sociedad. Está cabrón. No hay congruencia de absolutamente nada. En fin, es todo lo que tengo que decirles el día de hoy. Esta historia se está repitiendo para todos los que no lo entiendan y simplemente va a ser una buena oportunidad para todos ustedes para comprar lo que estén buscando, ¿no? Si están buscando meterse en el mundo de la IA, una vez más, no te dicen, güey, este es el fin cuando es el fin. En el ciclo de Bitcoin, ve a los tercos que hasta ahorita seguían, ¿no? De que no es un mercado bajista. Ya ahorita ya se volvieron expertos en el ciclo de 4 años, por supuesto. Pero bueno, si quieren aprender un poco más de esto, también tenemos nuestro Discord. Y aquí también les mando cosillas como esta deliciosa. Vamos a ver qué tal aguanta y qué tal mal envejece esto. El ciclo pasado, MicroStrategy bajó 89% de tope a fondo. Ya casi logramos ese número. Estaba en 83% y todavía bajó más. No sé, ahorita no lo he medido, pero ha bajado rico. La idea es solamente hagan ustedes lo que gusten con esta información. También no les estoy diciendo compren, no compren, hagan lo que quieran, vengan a mentarme la madre, lo que gusten. La idea es que no se les pasen estas cosas porque a veces son muy obvias, pero con el miedo a veces no son tantas, ¿no? En todo este frenesí, sobre todo viendo estas noticias que les mandan a todos ustedes, porque la idea cuando tienes que comprar que está barato es que te hagan pensar, no, va a bajar más. ¿Ok? Esa es la idea del juego psicológico que estamos jugando en este momento para que lo tengan en mente. La otra fue ese gran corto de Bitcoin, carajo, que me lleva a la verga en 66. Hubiera estado tremendo. Vamos a continuar con ello. Pero mínimo Alex continúa mandándoles ideas para todos ustedes, para que vean cómo todo se continúa viendo muy bajista y dándoles ideas de dónde hay zonas de cortos, etcétera. Todo esto está en el Discord completamente gratis para todos ustedes. Los que están buscando el enlace del Discord, por cierto, vayan a YouTube, pongan a Alejandro Salomón, vean el en vivo que está pasando y en la descripción está. ¿Ok? No te voy a mandar un mensaje, no te voy a escribir, no te voy a contestar, oye, ay, qué importante tener a Juan 63 me vale verga. ¿Quieres hacerlo? Pon el mínimo esfuerzo. También tienen acá los análisis de Farhan, que estaba esperando un pequeño long acá para ver si nos íbamos a los 61. Nada mal, esto tal vez jugó, no estoy completamente seguro, tengo que verlo. Y de acá también tenemos el famoso criptolingo, mis estimados, que es todas las abreviaciones que usan estos güeyes, que hay muchas veces que me escriben, oye, es que no lo entiendo, Alex. Aquí están todas las abreviaciones que usan, en inglés y en español para que las entiendan. ¿Ok? Es bastante sencillo el juego, no se me preocupen, ahí les dice todo. Y si no entienden algo también, ponte tú de estilo de abreviaciones, búscalo con inteligencia artificial, güey. ¿Qué quiere decir esto abreviado en inglés? Y lo traduces. Que no se les acabe el mundo, cabrones, esa es la idea. Y para todos ustedes que quieren aprender tablas para también poder entender cuándo es buena zona. Una vez más, nadie te quiere volver un trader, tío. Eso es, si te quieres volver trader y hacer esto porque es divertido, honestamente es como ir al casino, ¿no? Es el nivel avanzado de invertir. Pero la idea es que sepas leer una puta tabla y que no te diga tu Paco favorito viendo una tabla de Yahoo Finance que el dólar se va a morir cuando está subiendo por un año. Esa es la idea de todo esto, que aprendas también. ¿Dónde son los niveles de soporte? O sea, no mames, los más sencillos de todo. ¿Cuánto es una caída relativa y la puedes medir en una tabla? O sea, aprende cosas útiles y en mi opinión esta es una muy buena cosa de esas útiles donde no te tienes que meter literalmente hasta el fondo del mar, solamente tienes que tocar y mojar tus pies en esto. Y aquí es donde los invito a que vengan a nuestro sitio. Tenemos en productos el curso de Cero a Trader. Tíos, esto te enseña cómo leer una tabla de la mejor forma para cualquier persona que nunca en su puta vida lo ha hecho. Esta es la forma de cómo aprender. Les he contado 1,000,000 de veces, se lo sigo diciendo. Cuando yo empecé, que me metí a cursos de esto, que te ponen que para principiante, ya te hablan como si fueras ingeniero desarrollador del mercado y la bolsa bursátil y las tablas, güey. Aquí lo ponemos desde el nivel más pendejo para que lo aprendas todo, güey, como yo quise o me hubiera encantado poder aprender. Así que aquí lo tienes, $29.99. Y la mejor forma de aprender todo esto es, ven a fletarte estos en vivos después de ver el curso y ve el curso varias veces. Ven a fletarte los en vivos, que son gratis, 3, 4 horas por 3 días a la semana cada uno. Y cuando tengas preguntas, pues, güey, anótalas y ven a preguntarnos. Para esa gente también tenemos las sesiones de trading en vivo. También aquí tenemos el curso entero. Tenemos 43 clases de 4 horas cada una. O sea, 150 horas mínimo de enseñanzas que vienen en este paquete, más aparte algunos videos extras que explican unos conceptos como cómo usar el indicador de volatilidad que tenemos, cómo poner líneas memes, cómo usar apalancamiento, etcétera. Y también tienes el curso entero. Y además puedes venir a preguntarme que cómo estoy viendo cualquier cosa de inversión a la que quieres ver que viste el viernes pasado, porque definitivamente cambia una tabla a largo plazo del viernes al lunes. Entonces, muy importante que vengas a hacer esa pregunta. Perdón que me caguen ustedes, pero se maman, güeyes, ¿no? Hoy podemos analizar Coinbase para invertir, ¿no? Pero aquí está, si quieren hacer eso, aquí estamos para contestarlas, a la verga. Y también tenemos las alertas de trading, pero esas no las compres si no entiendes lo que estás haciendo, tío, por el amor de Dios. Y con eso nos vamos también a tutos. Si ya aprendiste cómo hacer todo esto y quieres tradear en un exchange de futuros, esto es como otra arte en sí misma. Aquí tienes un video de cómo tradear en Bitunix o cómo tradear en Blofin. Y ahorita vamos a hacer el giveaway de $3,000 en Bitunix. Simplemente recuerden que por alguna razón no está listo en la mañana. Tiene que pasar 1 o 2 horas y ya se los paso. Aquí está. Te metes a cómo tradear en Bitunix y te enseña cómo usar cualquier exchange de futuros. Esto es gratis también, está en tutos y también está en la descripción del video por si lo quieres usar y ya sabes cómo tradear, pero no tienes ni puta idea cómo usar un exchange de futuros, que me pasaba a mí. Aquí lo tienes, con nuestro enlace para que puedas participar en estos giveaways de $3,000 cada sesión que tenemos acá. Son $9,000 a la semana. Hasta ahora es lo que estamos haciendo con ellos. Así que ahí lo tienen. Sin más ni más, les voy a traer a Alex y a Farhan y vamos a ver hasta dónde va a caer Bitcoin, brother, que se ve todo de la verga. Good morning, boys. How are you?
Buenos dias, cabrones. We got another week, and I got a little monster here.
How's she doing?
She's great. She's a lot bigger now after we went to Texas. We didn't see her for 1 week, and she basically doubled in size.
Wow. It's like my cock at night.
I wish I could say the same.
Well, I'm a grower, not a shower. So what do you want from me? What do you want from me? How are you, Alex?
I'm doing pretty good. It was a very chill, boring weekend. I'm very excited to kickstart this new week with new opportunities. think there's gonna be a lot.
Let's see what you got. Let's see what you got. Starting with total, huh? I like
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, I mean, and this could either just be a massive trap today. We actually start the mean reversion towards the weekly SMA 200. That's something I'll be talking about a lot. But I'm also seeing a different side to things, which is we actually could actually just start immediately dumping from here, which seems a little crazy, but everything is looking pretty weak. And to start with total, you do see you are just literally still in a daily sell trigger. You have a daily silver cross. The silver cross literally has been working out since the cross occurred in late May. You do notice here that I drew a simple meme line, this wick low, June 10th wick low, while also looking at the closing of June 6th. So you just draw a meme line there. You see the connection. And you see that you actually are in an area of interest. This is where price kind of stopped moving down. You're actually entering into a few days of chop. The issue with this chop is it's not looking bullish by any standards at all. This just looks like it grinded out the next daily lower high. And now all that's left is that lower low break. The issue is we're now in that spot on total, which if you just zoom out, we're in a massive range. Now, you could really look about what occurred in June, and see that, yes, total and mass in these massive ranges often lead it down aggressively. Now, we've been playing within the middle of this range, and that makes sense because remember, and I'll go back to Bitcoin USDT, the weekly is acting almost like a mid-range. So it does make sense if you zoom it out here. We are kind of like within the middle of the range on total. But what I do see now is just bearish consolidation, lower high potential, silver cross retest. You're even getting daily volatility contracting, which is not good for bulls because the contraction of volatility is actually what stopped the price from moving up. You actually were getting expansion on volatility on just the daily. And this green dildo actually was still causing expansion. Wasn't until you simply hit the daily 5, also that 2.07 trillion, where that just started to contract volatility, meaning this setup here is currently in favor of bears. And if we start rejecting hard, the volatility contraction here just will play into bears' hands. Now, today we actually have nice daily setups. Total is in a breakdown and is just brewing a breakdown. And you can see for the last few days, you've actually been just making these wick lows. You can measure it. Like 2%, gets bought up, goes back up to the 2.07 trillion, rejects June 10th wick low. So this to me is just brewing a breakdown, a trap. You could even get more meme line with it and do something like this. Now we know probably into maybe in July 1st, late June, if this hasn't already braked, and again, you can really see how close this is from breaking if you like these. Really is then we are very close. We're basically just 2 days away, or I guess, yeah, 2 days away from actually seeing the breakdown towards 1.77 trillion. Remember, that's been our big target since this rejection here when we were in the 2.58, 2.59 trillion. So we've seen a very impressive drop so far. But I just hope everyone watching this stream is fully prepared for the next drop because I believe the next drop is going to be the most extreme drop we've seen so far. We're literally sitting within a middle of a range, putting bearish setups, and the next spot is a 12% dump. Let's measure 12% and kind of see. So from this high down, oh, so it's been 12% basically. Okay, so yeah, we absolutely can make a very aggressive move down. The difference is I'm not looking for this to be played out in 2 weeks. I actually want to see this get played out in 7 days. So these moves are going to be actually 2 times bigger. This length is going to be half, if that makes sense in my projections. So I'm looking for this week to put in some kind of bottom on crypto. Now, it makes it a little harder because when you actually start viewing the higher time frames on things, you have that monthly actually closing. Remember, if you start closing under 2.07 trillion, you are going to actually move down to 1.59. I was hoping that, in October, we'd actually start seeing this monthly EMA 100 move more up. but it did not, and it's only at 1.59 trillion. I have to preface and say, you know, a meme line is a meme line, but a moving average on a monthly is more important. Technically speaking, this is telling you the setup is targeting around 1.6. Now, we could put our tinfoil hat on and say, well, every single time we've tried to bottom on total, we've not been able to go down to the monthly 100, just near it. And that's why we're going to instead bottom at 1.8, 1.79, and not actually go down to 1.6. True, but I would just be fully aware that the 9 and the 21 have crossed on the monthly. And the last time we've seen this on total, let's just quickly measure how much we've gone down. So we went down 38%. The 9 and the 21 crossed. And it's funny because they almost put in like the... It's funny because we crossed here on a mean reversion. We crossed here on a mean reversion. This is monthly, so it took almost 3 months to get up to that 1.24. We then put in some kind of top candle on the monthly before rejecting going down. We did put in a top candle on the monthly. Here you rejected the 5, and here you could argue the 5 did reject. Difference was you just retested the 9 and the 21, and here you got near the 34. But still the correlation is top candle on both, cross of the 9 and the 21 on both, and you even rejected the 5 on both. So that's 3 sets of correlation there. This move here actually took price down, what was it, 38%? 39%. So let's measure so far how much we've had. And remember all the things we just pointed out and how similar it is actually looking. Does not mean that we're more likely to be in a 2022 market than now. Just is a setup. That's all that means. Could probably look at 2018. Maybe we'll find the same thing. But for now, let's look at this. Let's measure it down 38%. Interesting. So yeah, that would take you right at that 1.69 trillion for the culture market cap. So, you know, so far we've seen, yeah, it's impressive, 27% down in about a month. Let's check a month here. So we're kind of on par, even from 2022 here, 28% in a month. We went down, what was it, 27? Yeah, like 27 in a month. So still means we got a little more ways to go, is the point you should be taking from this. Excuse me. You've seen some pretty big breakdowns in this region already. We can go now back to this zone. Look how quick price eliminated 2 trillion. And then from there, you just went 3 months down only. Boop. And it was from this literal exact spot here, just per the candles. If you just view the candles here. So we are in a big breakdown. And even here, you had almost like a capitulation like style environment in 2024, where this ended up on a wick basis, dumping 17%. This was a bottom. This did take you up to new highs. So we are close to a big area of interest here on total. The daily is looking very like weak, in my opinion, personal opinion. This is looking literally on the verge of breaking down. And now for me, I think we should be using this daily perspective as confluence to 49,000. We were always expecting 49K, but now that we're getting potentially the setup, agreeing with it, I think we should be looking at the daily on total. This just plays into the idea that really crypto is very weak right here. Look at this weekly retest. I mean, if you just trade meme lines, this looks like a retest. Let's check out what the weekly HBDR actually looks like here. It's being a little slow. You know what that means. So even here, it's literally, and you can take it from, oh, we're close to a bounce. And I take this as we are going to make new lows on this weekly at 1.96 trillion. And this is just gearing up for the move to the 88.3, which is right now at 1.75. So no matter how you're looking at this, crypto's looking bad. And still saying at minimum you have, about 3.91% left. Excuse me. So we also lost your weekly SMA 200 last week. This was the cause of the big rejection. Now this week, bulls pray for a chop up to the weekly SMA 200, all while bears feel in total control. And this week they're expecting capitulation. Let's kind of see here. You haven't really had much data, and hear my words carefully, much data where the weekly SMA 200 got major expansion away from. It's just always been like one candle, chop, and then up. One candle, chop, and then up. One candle, chop, and then up. Right? Like we see that. And we're talking like these big red dildos. Boom. And then you do go down, but you don't expand far from it. Now we're looking at that. We want to see, we've lost it. We've expanded down. Are we going to get the move up? Are we going to chop? Or are we finally going to break this weird correlation and start really expanding down from the weekly SMA 200? That is just something to note. If you're a trader looking at these kind of setups saying, you did form some kind of bottom here, understand that the market here is a little different. Like from here to here to here, it's just a little different because of where volatility is at, specifically on CME and the index. So we're seeing a dynamic here that really we've never seen. I know this is taking forever to load, my God. But you can even see on total, if you start comparing these circles, right? We're actually in an environment that you've never seen really before. You had monthly volatility firing off to the upside. You had monthly volatility starting to fire off to the upside. Then it got confirmed to the upside. Just so everyone's aware, you've never had a monthly volatility setup fire off to the downside on total, just to the upside. So there's your evidence that this time is a little different for bears, and that maybe we are actually entering into like a bear super cycle, #CZ, instead of a bull cycle, a bull super cycle, actually. Here we see this volatility setup until it actually got under the moving average. This took you up 162%, about 1.6 trillion in market cap. Here we have another one. 2020. That was a 970%. Call that what you want. I'm looking at the market cap. This went up 2.3 trillion from that point. So we measured that and this. And then all we've seen so far, just so everyone kind of gets the perspective here, all we've seen so far is volatility contracting, giving you a setup, all while price is dumping. So from January, from December, all this did the last 3 months here was give bears a setup. And then what you've been seeing slowly since January is volatility starting to fire off. And now it's very, very mature, sitting at 34%. And you've even seen the last time one of these fired off, volatility went at least to 63%. In the 60s, we'll call it. So that's a pretty damning perspective. We can keep looking here. And that's kind of all we have. So that's not a good perspective if we're trying to be bullish. So then maybe since this time's different, maybe we are going, and I understand you shouldn't say this time's different, but it quite literally is different in terms of volatility. Maybe then we are going to actually retest your monthly 100 on total, a spot you've never been able to test since its population in 2022. So it's looking more and more each and every day that the monthly is going to guide us on our buys here. And then this could give us our consolidation right into the beginning of 2027 here. And then that's when we start moving up. And that could just be picture perfect. Now, I mean, bear market starting here, 2025, takes all the way until 2027. And then what would that just shift everything to? Well, you could argue somewhat of a higher low here on the yearly. We've talked a lot about that on Tether. So who's lying? You know, is the crypto market cap going to keep getting bigger? In theory, it should. But then it's also interesting to see Tether dominance in a yearly uptrend, potentially not confirmed yet, actually. But still, this to me is looking like we are in a different environment. You've never, ever printed 2 red candles on the yearly ever on this chart, which tells me that we are now towards, at least in my opinion, the extremity of this dump. And we should be viewing 1.71 to the 1.61 trillion as a big spot for higher low potential. Because no matter what you think about it, the theories of Tether dominance or Bitcoin or blah, 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 this is in a clear as day uptrend. And the only way to break that would literally be, unfortunately for bulls, 757 billion. That would be, I would be genuinely shocked if crypto took out another 1.2 trillion from this point, 63% more down. That's what we'll need in order to shift this total down. No one's calling for a yearly downshift on total. I don't even want that. What I want is this to grind some kind of higher low out here soon and then start moving up. You can see here that you've had some pretty explosive green dildos. 3, 3, 2. We've only ever had 1 red dildo. So this market is a little different. That's why we want to be fully aware of the bear setups we're actually being given today, because they are a little more dramatic than what we've seen. So that's my analysis on total for a little bit. I just hope that puts in a little bit of perspective, something we haven't really looked at, but you are getting setups that you've never really gotten on this. You did just cross the 9 and the 21. This is about to confirm into July, and there's literally nothing but air until this region here. Again, 1.77 to 1.61 trillion. More confluence here for our investment ideas. Now we can go to the fun chart. Just kind of make this a little bigger. Let's see, pick a card, any card. And let's actually look at Tether dominance now, because remember, we talked a lot about total and the yearly on total. And it is interesting because when you go here and you start looking at your yearly on Tether dominance, it's like on the verge of about to confirm an uptrend, but it hasn't yet. I will say it has not. But when this does confirm an uptrend, I do believe that on this higher high break, this is going to give us at least somewhat of confluence that the total market cap is grinding some higher low or near, and Tether dominance here is actually close to a trend shift. What we know on crypto, because we've been here for a while, is whenever you get these like higher high breaks, it's very rare for crypto to just keep moving up, higher high, higher high, higher high. Just so you're aware, like the crypto thing it likes to do is come aggressively for a higher high, ever so slightly take one out by just a little bit, like a ball sack hair, and then start its downtrend. It's moved down. It's higher low, if you will. Now, we don't know that at all. Just have to kind of correlate it to like a Bitcoin idea, because that's what Bitcoin has been doing. That's what Solana likes to do. That's literally what we've been doing all bear market. You can backtest it yourself. Go to the weekly. Look how quickly Bitcoin makes a lower low, and then immediately how quickly it makes a lower high. So then in this idea, once you actually break out a little higher and actually go up and form that higher high, this is going to give you confluence that maybe we're just forming some kind of channel here. Now, this will be a bullish channel. It's in an uptrend. But it is just interesting to see this in confluence with total being in an uptrend here, and this grinding a higher low. And the only way to shift this down is for a dramatic 63% drop, while Tether dominance is looking like it's in an uptrend. So don't really know what to make of that. But what I do know is I am still betting, I am still on the camp that this chart is going to break up bullish. And in the coming years, we will just be like, yeah, this was just the beginnings of an uptrend. which is interesting because I do believe the market cycles are going to be not different, but easier to gauge. And I hope that makes sense, because what we've had so far, just so everyone's aware, is just kind of like this: up, 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 and then a down market. There's your bear. This has been popular since 2015. So you've had, what was it, two? Now you're on your third cycle of when tether dominance populated. So with that, it may have seemed like the cycle timing is all good, and I don't think that'll change ever for your cycles. But what I'm saying is I do believe that we potentially are going to get into an environment that does make it a lot easier to gauge the lows and the tops on Bitcoin. And I don't know if that's just more money flooding in, retail trading it more, or like institutions trading, I mean, not retail. But this, I'm kind of excited for the future, because this will make it a lot easier to trade and really kind of, in my opinion, gauge bear market lows. And so what we have on tether dominance here is a breakout. I mean, if we do end up somehow closing, firstly above the closing highs, that's a great sign. But even if you get back above the all-time high, wow, that would be crazy. Now, for this theory to work, you need to just come up and then in the next 5 months do some consolidation, meaning you green dildo, girthy it. The more girthy, the better. Then you slowly start coming back down, but this doesn't dump you, it chops you. And then that's where you get your total, in my opinion, consolidation going into 2027. Kind of makes sense, honestly, because we wouldn't want to keep seeing this reject hard and form some kind of massive top before the yearly solidifies a nice girthy green dildo. That's 6 months. The timing works out perfectly. Higher high, chop, 2027 starts, higher low starts becoming the vibe. Now, it's all tinfoil hat analysis up until the daily now. So we'll keep looking. And what do we have? We can just see here. So we're bearish on total. And total looks disgusting. It actually looks like it's about to do a move here very soon. And that now makes sense, because what are we having here? We're literally forming some kind of daily bull flag. Not the cleanest, but still looks like a bull flag. Flag pull. Here's the flag, and you're about to break out. It's a typical bullish continuation sign. In this case, the bullish continuation isn't on Bitcoin, but it's on tether dominance. We talked really greatly about the 9%. And the idea that if this does SR into the new weekly, this will be a major shift. Now let's look at that weekly and see what actually occurred. Oh, so we did get the shift, and we see that, right? Like, this is something you've never had before. More points on why this time is different for bears. You've never actually gotten a weekly candle closure back above 9%. And let's just look at that again. Here's the meme line. Let's just look at the dotted cursor. Yeah, never have you done that. So that's already a dynamic that's different going into the new month of July. And this is why I'm not sure, honestly, if we're going to just move down on Bitcoin until we see 49,000. And that might sound crazy, but that just plays into the idea that this is at the end of the move, and we're gearing up for a very extreme move, an extreme move to the upside. Now, current market price to a new all-time high would be about 4%. Let's keep seeing HBDR here, because we actually were seeing we were in a breakout on weekly. Let's see if my memory doesn't, deceive me, as they say. Whenever Trading View wants to start it. And it didn't deceive me. We did actually go into a breakout. This is now just in a retest, and what's brewing here? A higher high break, target to 9.95%, basically 10%. This will be the first time you've ever seen double digits on tether dominance. Wow, look at this setup. Like, how can you be bullish on crypto right now? Honestly, really. Like, it's screaming to the book, textbook continuation, and you even have HBDR. Don't care what I say. HBDR is literally telling you, nah, Shadi, this isn't a breakout from like last week. So it just really does seem like it wants to break out here. And this is why I started off by saying you're most likely going to either see the new lows this week or a big move up, because everything's looking so bad that perhaps it's a trap. I don't think so, because we're in a literal bear market. You get those kind of dynamics in bull markets, And the only people get trapped in bear markets are bulls. So yeah, this would be perfect to just give us the last leg up and then form some kind of bottom. Weekly volatility is confirming that as well. There's no plateauing here. There's no like curve. There's nothing. It's just straight up. Like we are going straight up. And the higher we go, the higher tether dominance goes. Pretty simple. Bi-weekly is closing in 6 days. So yeah, you're going to actually enter into July by the time this closes. So just playing into the idea this can get more girthy. I do believe into the start of July, that's like prime time to make the lows, honestly. Now look at the median reclaim here. Very sneaky, 9.14%. Is that right? Yeah, 9.14%. Where's that median? There it is. So we're testing the bi-weekly median. This is why it's like, is this going to reject? And Bitcoin is actually going to move up towards its weekly SMA 200 before the lows? Or is this just going to break out? If you reclaim the bi-weekly median, understand the next target is around 11%. I don't think we're going to go up all the way up to there, but just plays into the idea this easily can make a new high, double digits high, and go up to around 10.5% in my opinion. It is interesting. The bi-weekly has basically just since April trying to get back above the median. Last bi-weekly, you opened above it, but then it shifted up into this week, this new bi-weekly. So it seems like the median is a big spot here. While we also see volatility contracting, something we've noted is every time you're in a bear market or bull market and you get bi-weekly volatility, whatever the macro trend is what fires off on the volatility setup. So this keeps giving you a volatility setup into July. It's going to be kind of hard to be bullish unless this somehow fires to the upside on Bitcoin, because we also have one on Bitcoin. I'll just show that so no one's confused here if it wants to. Yeah, there we go. Right, so is this going to fire off to the upside and then this will fire off to the downside? We won't know until we know, but still statistically this is more likely to bust up. And even this median reclaim is telling you you're going to put in like a 20% move upon the median reclaim. It's almost like bi-weekly rhythms here. So bi-weekly volatility rhythms seems to me. So let's look at the daily bull flag. We talked about 9% being the big spot. You're getting consolidation here, and you really are just looking for that breakout to a new high. Yeah, look at this. You closed back above yesterday's wick high on tether dominance. There's your target up to around 9.72 to 9.5. So use yesterday's high. You close back above there. You're going to make a new high tomorrow or the next day, which equates to new lows on Bitcoin. So we talked about the monthly, the weekly, the bi-weekly, and the daily. You can just see the more we talk about it, the more less leverage bulls become. Unless you look at their trades, then they're probably a very high leverage trading. But they don't have leverage in this chart. This is just weak for them. It's just like what we were saying on the monthly. Why would this not fill out green? Like, why would this just close like here at 8.5? That didn't make any sense. Literally, bears have full control on Bitcoin on the monthly until July at least. So like, why wouldn't they take it all the way home? And then July, fine, we can either mean reversion and go up or blah, blah, blah. But like, just saw no reason to be a bull in June and still don't. So that's tether dominance. We're towards the all-time high. Bulls look at that, and well, Bitcoin bulls look at this and say, we're in the rejection zone. Rejected, rejected, rejected. We're in the rejection zone. Bears are looking at this as we're in the bear prophecy zone. This is when things become more extreme and bulls get actually squeezed more. The squeeze gets squoze. Now we can go to the Bitcoin chart. This is the fun chart. It's the nice chart. It's the beautiful chart, as Trump would say. If you're bearish. And really, it's funny because there's been no reason to be longing Bitcoin at all, really, up until here on Thursday. And we talked about this idea, which was as long as you're going to stay under 67,700, you're actually going to be bearish here. This is just putting in a sneaky SR. And what's occurring is you're just rejecting your daily silver cross. It's like funny because like usually like these daily silver crosses, if you've like, been with us for a while, like, they don't often work this well unless you're very strong or very weak. And so the fact that it's been working out this well since late May all the way now until July, I just think we shouldn't disregard a daily silver cross still, because the daily silver cross so far, and this is what's been the basis of all my trading, has been giving you good moves. That was a 3% in one day. Throw 10 grand on that on a 100x, you've just made $33,000 on a daily silver cross rejection. And then we can keep going here. Another daily silver cross rejection along with an SFP. So instant, two points of confluence. Threw a 10 grand on 100x there. That's $66,000. You go even 50x, you've just made $33,000 on a daily silver cross down. And then the 21. Oh no, the 9 reclaimed it. This was gracious and nice because this gave you a reclaim and a throwback. So that instantly gave you a target up to 4%, which graciously gave that to you to the upside in a bear market. And then you rejected the 21. And that rejection here gave you so far a 13%. So a 6-figure trade potentially with sizing on the 21. It's pretty insane. It's just been like pretty nice and very, very gracious to us, honestly. Here, 9 rejected in one day, you move down 4.6%. So you've seen, at least on the silver cross retest, over 2% moves every single time. And we're talking like over 2% moves on the retest itself, like the next day. Boom, 2.52. 2.4 or 2.38, we'll call it. So today's no different, and this will get a reconnection of it. And so far, you're down 1.86. On a full basis, you're down 3%. So this is now in the spot, which is in a breakdown on the daily. It's what I said about total. You can just get your wick low, draw a line up, and we're most likely going to get a breakdown into the beginning of July if we don't already see the breakdown occur today. Now, what am I looking at to maybe long Bitcoin? Well, it's like what I said before the weekend started. Get back above 60,700, and that will equate to a move to 62.2, where that most likely does break, and we most likely get a move up to 65K. A move to 65K from wick low would mean you're going to go about 12%. But there's no 12, there's no 65, 62.2 as long as the daily 5 is rejecting and 60,700, essentially June 10th. Again, that number gets brought up. We just talked about that on the total. June 10th's low starts rejecting. And that's it. That's just what's happening. Are we in the extremes on daily? No. And this is even saying daily HPDR is in breakdown. You got the retest. You're rejecting the 61.8. The next level is the 78.6 at 57,600, a new low on Bitcoin. So this week is brewing a new low on Bitcoin. And look at these ranges. I mean, you lose that 57.7 and you go all the way down to 55. We've seen that number a lot, 55K. And then you lose 55K, you dump to the 49s. Here, last dump, daily tried to find support at the 95%. So that's like the equivalent of finding support at 50,000, 49K almost. Interesting. Here, you actually hit the 97.5, and then you went up on the daily. 97.5 is at 47 too. So we can't act like, from this 61.8, you can't just straight up dump to the 97.5% because you absolutely can do that. We literally saw it here in January. And you even saw it here in May, June. So even the daily is confirming a breakdown here. And it is like 38.2% lost. On Thursday, you retested, and then all this weekend, you stayed under. Bulls could have tried to get it up, and they just could not. Two days closing today. Let's see if we actually close under 59,500. That's the 2-day. I want to see that closed under. 2-day also is on HBDR confirming new lows at 57,000. Which I don't really, the numbering doesn't matter to me. It's the fact that we are getting setups on daily and 2-day telling you new lows are more likely here. Because that's what's important, the lower low, the new lows. Anytime? Or am I waiting for nothing here? Oh yeah, I am waiting. Come on. 5 days well, not confirming, but looking like after tonight's closure, we're going to break in 255K, go to new lows. Lose 55K, you go down to the 48s. So, right, you can see this. Like in the next 10 days, we could be at 49K. It's almost like into this weekend, this end of week, better yet said, could actually give it to us. Now, the weekly is the absolutely most damning chart. This is where all the algos are now on bear's side. If into the last few weeks you were buying, your thesis, rightfully so, was weekly SMA 200 holding. We have now just officially lost that. That is sitting at 62,200. Actually, wow. So never mind on 65K. I actually thought the weekly SMA 200 was at 65K. So never mind on a bounce up to there. I do see now if you reclaim 60,700, you will get the move to 62.2. That's where the rally stops, in my opinion. But yeah, wow, damning. This is damning. Weekly, firstly, is telling you new lows more likely. Nothing but air until 78.6. So, all right. Daily, 2-day, 5-day, weekly is all telling us new lows is coming. Like damn. Like, is the 4-hour going to tell it too? Like, damn, come on. Let's just see that real fast, because why not? Please hurry up. We're ruining my flow, trading view. And you know what that means. People are panicking to the charts right now. There's a lot of people, because I don't see a major volatility. It's just a lot of people are signing in. Okay, we're in 4-hour breakdown. 1.8% gets lost. And you test the, you might actually make a new low. Yeah, wait. Low 51. Yeah, 78. So you test the lows. You test near it. You test near it. So even on the 4-hour, it's bad. But the weekly is going to be the most important time frame moving forward for us. This is going to be what holds all of our bear dreams, all of our bear hopium, and all of our, well, yeah, that's it. Bear dreams and hopium. Is the weekly SMA 200 becoming lost? Two things will occur here. You'll either into July get a mean reversion rally up to this. It's just unsure if you're going to move first to 49K or not. That's the big, is that going to happen first? Are we just going to do this and then move up and then make new lows and top G was right? Or are we going to retest it? I would prefer this, retest it, and then go to 49 and then reclaim it in the bottoms in. Top G is not right. But you can see, like, I hope, and this is why I didn't just do Bitcoin first. There are so many things showing that Bitcoin is looking like it wants to dump. And that's why I don't want to just sit here and say, like, we are just going to go to the weekly SMA 200, short that, and we're good now. Because what could happen is you just start dumping first. And if you start getting the dump first, that makes it a little harder, in my opinion, if you start doing something like this. Because now what we have to be watching is weekly SMA 200 still. And I promise you, when we get down to here, no one's going to be talking about weekly SMA 200. And this will keep moving up, by the way. This will keep moving up. But this will, just like the weekly did, weekly EMI 100, right? Look at, you lost it here, weekly EMI 100. It dumped first, and then what happened? Well, this is when everyone started calling for a bottom. This is when we went into bearish consolidation on the monthly, and the weekly EMI 100 got the retest before making new lows. why it's a little shitty if you don't get these retests first, because they often always get retests. And if you dump first, many forget about the levels. And then when you get up to the levels, it's just so long, it's disregarded. So that could be what actually occurs here. You dump first, make the low, rally up, reject the SMA 200, and then does this form some kind of bullish price structure? That means has to test near the lows. Bottoms are often formed by having a few bites of the apple. And then also this move, and you'd have to really be like keeping up here, but this move could then actually activate a bi-weekly silver cross to the upside. Now, again, you have to kind of be like keeping up here, but we identified at least last 2 streams, which was every single time the bi-weekly silver crosses, Bitcoin makes new lows and at least dumps over 25%. But upon that silver cross, so once you get the silver cross on the bi-weekly, you know in your head, this is probably, most likely, statistically, near the last leg down, basically. You're towards the end of the bear market once you get a bi-weekly silver cross to the downside. Here we have a bi-weekly silver cross. You made the next leg down. You had a few bites of the apple, bottom. Let's see here. There's another one. Oh, I know it wasn't just this one. Oh, yeah. No. Okay, bi-weekly down. And then here. Thank you. As well, you had a bi-weekly silver cross down. Bottom was basically in at this point. It was tested at least. You didn't make new lows. This was actually 2018 was the only outlier. Just so you're aware. This was the only outlier where you didn't make new lows. We can go over here and zoom out. Or zoom in, I guess. Bi-weekly silver cross, you did make new lows. So silver cross, bi-weekly, crossed, new lows. But then that was it. That was like near the bottom. And then let's see here. And that was it. That's the population of it. So 2018 was the outlier. Keep going here. But this market we know is different right now. Or actually, wait, let's go to the weekly. Before I say, yeah, this market's different now. Because the weekly SMA 200 is not holding. It's not holding. So it's a little different now. Are we in a 2015, 2016 like market? I don't know, honestly. I'm just using the weekly SMA 200 as the perspective. And the fact that the only outlier was 2018 market cycle, which got a silver cross and no new low. I'll go to 2018 here. Here it was silver cross, but no new low. We've talked on this stream a lot about 2018 being more likely, but the difference is the weekly SMA 200 held the lows here. So it's not looking like that's going to be the case in this circumstance. Why am I talking about this? Because the bi-weekly giving us the silver cross down last closure, if we look here, is confirming to us all that we are very close to a bottom. The bottom's just not in yet, but on this next leg down, we most likely will get really the low probably in. That's just based on everything. And the nice part is I don't need to rotate 5 times, pray to the stars, and do a blood sacrifice to really see if the bottom is in. All I literally have to do is now wait for the bi-weekly silver cross to cross up. Because every single time you get a bi-weekly silver cross, after a bi-weekly silver cross down in a bear market, and you only get these in a bear market, that marks the bottom. Here you have the bi-weekly silver cross. Here was the low. Here you went up. You got the silver cross to the upside. And then what occurred? A new bull market began. So let's actually see this though, right? So you had to then make the lows on Bitcoin, and then you had to start moving down. And this caused all of the moving averages to flip back up. Okay. So we have the silver cross. This was 2018, so no new lows, but still got the cross. Okay. And then let's see here. You had one bi-weekly down. And then this just ended up crossing up. And this was kind of like 2018 is a bad example because it just was failures all around. Like this gave you the cross and then gave you the cross up. So, but it still was the bottom. I will say this was like the bottom after the biweekly silver crossed up. Like here it crossed, this was the bottom, and then you moved up. You just didn't make new lows. So still that biweekly silver cross, down was a trap, up was the right one. You can see that is what took really price back up. You did test near the lows after in 2020. But still, this took you up. This took you back into a macro uptrend, up to around 13K from the lows of 5K, over a 2X. All right, and then here we have the silver cross down. But then once you actually made the silver cross up, you had to make a nice, really nice rejection here. I know it doesn't seem like it, but let's just see. Rejected, came down of 40%. This then caused the moving averages to shift, move up. You got the silver cross to the upside here. The bottom was already in, and then you could go on an epic bull market. So we don't need to do like a firstborn child blood sacrifice to know if the bottom's going to be in or not. We have our criteria. And there's many things, even before this bi-weekly, that's going to tell us the bottom is in. But this at least gives us confidence and control that we kind of know what we're doing here. And that's just based on the past. And that's nice. That's for sure nice, honestly. And so I would not be really shorting Bitcoin once you reach 49s to 50s. I'm not going to be shorting, actually. I'm not going to be posting any trades. And I'm fully going to be aware you could come down a little bit more to like the 45s. And there's going to be the bear trap. We capitulate from 50s to 45s. We're so doomed. And then we ended up just bottoming out from there. People like this get, buy it. They see a little more red. They panic. This just turns into a monthly retest. So it could look like this. And then this was your breakout. This was your retest. And it also retests your monthly or bi-weekly SMA 200, monthly EMA 100. Which again, these 2 points have firstly never been lost and or once hit have confirmed a bottom. Here your monthly 100 confirmed a bottom. Your bi-weekly SMA 200 has never been hit. It's been close to it, but never been hit. So with those both in the 40s, I really don't see why anyone would be calling for 20s, but here we are. Now we have a market. So bi-weekly closes in 6 days. I really like to see this get more girthy. Because again, why not, right? Like what's stopping it from doing this? Literally like nothing. So I'd like to see it more girthy. That could be the start of the bottom. You did notice here that literally the bi-weekly did dump in one bi-weekly candle all the way from 70s all the way down to 49. So you absolutely here can come all the way down from the 59s and in about a week come all the way and hit 49s. About a $10,000 drop. But that means that I will need to start seeing bears pick up here sooner rather than later. It's a race against time for bears. If you don't end up seeing this start really dumping, I believe this week, okay, then we're most likely on Bitcoin going to retest the weekly SMA 200. And this will provide somewhat of some kind of lower high and rejection trade here. Now on ETA, I've already posted a trade for us, a short trade in this environment, expecting the move down. So if you're on ETA, you can go to the trading lights. I just posted a trade right now using my brain while I'm talking. No, I had it all fired up before I got on. And that's just in anticipation of a breakdown first. And that's just playing the weekly, the SR, and you're just looking for the next leg down here. Now, let's look at weekly. I don't know if we looked at this on Bitcoin. Let me just check the weekly HBDR because we have been seeing that median bin, the rejection point. I know it shifted up last week, so let's kind of see. Yeah, shifted up last week, shifted down a little bit, but yeah, cooked. It's cooked, chat. Still in a breakdown. New lows before a bounce maybe, but that still means new lows is likely. Yeah, we already looked at all this. I remember now. So yeah, weekly is looking bad. No both idea under 62.2 now. Reclaim 62.2, most likely move up to 66. But 62.2 is your spot, your monthly, your weekly 5's right there as well. Nope, not seeing anything on that. Seeing nothing on this. We talked about the monthly volatility a lot on total and on Tether. So here it is on Bitcoin. You can just see the low on index and the fact that this is firing off. Now we've had actually never. Let me see here. Here was your 2020. This fired up. 2022 fired down. Okay, so yeah, you did have one that fired down. Remember, total has never fired one off to the downside, so that's a first. But on Bitcoin, it has up, and then now it's down. So you only ever had one that fired to the downside, and that is what bottomed you out. That is just the one big correlation I'm seeing. Is this is the one time it did fire to the downside, a monthly volatility setup fired down, went only to around 50%, and this is what formed a bottom. Interesting. So still, if we're going to play that idea, we still need to go up to 50%, and then this should form some kind of bottom. So we're close. If you want to like look at that in terms of volatility and levels. But even here, it's saying, yeah, no, this is nowhere near done yet. This is just maturing into July. Like here into June, you saw the maturing. Into July, it's already matured. It's already confirmed. It's already in bearish control. Okay. Yeah, funny again. Just 12-hour EMA 9 rejecting on the cliffside edge of a breakdown. You close under 59,000. There's your breakdown confirmation. Close under 59K on a 12-hour. Let's see if we have anything better than a 12-hour. Yeah, so you close under 59K on a 2-hour. Now, this could easily retest to 9, trap more bulls. That's at 59.7. That's potentially when ETA starts shorting. Now, remember, though, if you're trading lower time frames, being aggressive, we're going into a new monthly. So that still could mean you're going to just dump into July. But we have our criteria. We're fully aware of what's brewing. We fully understand that Bitcoin rallies up to 62.2. That's not a bullish move at all. And this is looking more likely to break down versus getting the rally up to 62.2. That's going to be the big question into July. Are we going to make new lows first, or are we going to rally first? And still, everything's looking like a rally is not likely from here. No, I'm done with Bitcoin. Let's look at Bitcoin D. It's interesting. You still see Solana green too. I'm watching that, but still bearish. Still putting lower highs on the daily. Let's go to the Bitcoin D. But I can't find the D of Bitcoin. Come on. There we go. Let's go to the weekly. Let's check the weekly SMA 200. Okay, that's officially been lost. And so they'll now retest. You didn't get it, but again, it's like just playing into the idea that this is weak. Bitcoin's very weak right now. Bitcoin dominance moves down and Bitcoin moves down with it. Yeah, wow. So you've now for the first time, or I guess second time, confirmed my bearish idea. Here was the failure before you went up. Here you didn't fully get the breakdown when Bitcoin made that low. You got bought up. Here you actually did close under the weekly EMA 100. My next target's 57.4 to even 55%. I'll still play what I know though, and I'm still looking at 57.4%. You only ever hit that one time, excuse me, here, and that is what took Tether dominance bigly. I mean, my apologies. Bitcoin dominance bigly up. Tether dominance bigly down. Bitcoin bigly up. So I have to be watching still 57.4 is a big spot of support. But again, does this look like Bitcoin wants to move up first or maybe move down first? Well, it looks like it wants to move down first. And we even talked about this last week. Lose the 100, retest it, capitulate to 57.4. There's our new low on Bitcoin and 49K. Actually, Bitcoin dominance was helping me with the temporality of the bottom here. And so this is just literally on par. We now have lost the 100, which has been holding for the last few weeks, and now we're good for a breakdown. So beautiful chart here. Beautiful, beautiful charts. Losing the 21, excuse me. You do see it's going to spark the move to the 34. And where is that? That's at 57.6. So very near 57.4. You haven't really hit the monthly 34 since the reclaim. Just to mentally, note that. But also, that's why this potentially is a bounce spot. So that's all I have on Bitcoin dominance, though. Weekly EMA is gone. Under weekly EMA 100, it means Bitcoin's capitulating, and we're going to 57.4. And there's just no longing this market. None. Zero longs. Unless you're just big balls and you're, carrying your balls in a sack or something. Or you're just a big gambler. I don't know which one that is, honestly. Big balls or big gambler or both. Maybe they go hand in hand. Like what does crypto.com say? Fortune favors the brave. Or maybe that's just cope for investing all the way down. Who knows? Oh, my phone dropped. Let's actually see Dixie really fast, because I do believe Dixie also is looking pretty good this week. Not going to lie, honestly. You actually closed above 101. This is a shift. And now next target, if my moving averages aren't deceiving me, is actually all the way up into the 103s. So this is a new range. And we are potentially getting a mid-range of 0.77, a target all the way up to around 1.8 to 2%. That's massive for Dixie, just so everyone's aware. Like, what occurred so far has only been about a 3%. What has occurred so far has only been about a 3% from the higher low and the higher high, 3%. And so, how has stocks been acting so far on that? Well, honestly, they're green today, but like strategy has been terrible. It's a freebie. I'll just look at that. Apple was terrible last week. Tesla doesn't look the best, honestly. Amazon gave us a big dumperoo to our TP zone. And then even the indices are not looking the best. Let me just, so we can see that. Not looking the best here. And then QQQ also looks like a breakdown, and it's just retesting. So, Dixie is actually looking pretty bad for risk. So then that does just tell us that this week we could move up to the SMA 200. You could potentially retest it. That could top us. We could move down from there for sure. But that still means Dixie has to move about 3% before we get the big trade. Notice what started 2022's terrible market for bulls was the reclaim of the weekly SMA 200. So I don't need to guess if this is going to get worse. I just need to trade the weekly SMA 200. Once you get the reclaim, if you do this, then yeah, it's cooked. It's cooked. Risk is cooked. And then Bitcoin might not even make that low at 49. But I'm not here to front run or make tinfoil hat ideas. We have levels that have never been lost on Bitcoin and criteria. So we're just going to keep that, because that's what easy trading is you're supposed to do. So no need to complicate things. Yeah, look at that. Silver looks like it's in a breakdown now. And I'm just quickly going through this, just what I like to look at. They kind of dictate if Bitcoin's going to move up. Oil's a little bitch, I'll just say that. And then Coinbase, like clear as day, is a breakdown. This is giving you a target to 120 still. So in summary, markets look very weak, extremely weak, honestly. The weakest I've ever seen them, really. This looks bad. Everything's looking like it wants to capitulate. And I mean, look at even Ethereum. I thought we weren't going to go down to 1400, said CR, but here we are. We are going to go down to 1400 fairly soon. And the weekly is just brewing that, really. I mean, this doesn't look like the definition of strength. This looks like a lower high and a lower lows brewing here on ETH. So I'd be fully aware of the fact that the crypto markets look absolutely terrible. If you were looking to trade this week, I honestly think this is like prime time trading, because the thing about market cycles is when you get towards the end of them, or towards the end of the move, or the target, let's say, and you start fulfilling the targets, that can just mean that it's going to be the most extreme. Like you'll have a free move down to 49K potentially, and maybe even a $10,000 drop on price in 7 days. That means that we can gauge shorts here. And if we're even slightly right, half right, you get a 5% drop, you make life-changing money. So I really want us all to really be paying attention to the ranges. I am going to be posting a lot of trades this week because I am looking at a pretty easy, straightforward market. Once you actually hit my levels here, this is when it all stops, and I don't think it's going to be as straightforward for us anymore. Bitcoin is extremely weak under 60,700. That was our lower time frame kind of gauge. And the fact that you're rejecting dailies on that is bad. And the fact that the daily silver cross is still down tells me that, yeah, bulls are missing the mark here. You have emotional bulls scaling longs missing the mark, totally disregarding just the easy sit-ups that are before us right now. So watch the breakdown. Close under 59K will equate to a breakdown. You can use that on a 4-hour. If you're on ETA, our short, I believe, is already filled. Let's just check that hourly. Come on. Okay, so yeah, the hourly potentially filled our short trade already. And so now I'm looking for a breakdown to occur here. 49,000 still my next target. I have a target of about 600 on ETH. 120 on Coinbase, and I am looking for Solana to inevitably break down towards the 58 and possibly even $40 from this point. So that's all I have on the market. We can actually see here how the XRP army is doing too. They're just hanging on to the $1 cliffside edge. Not a good perspective. That's all I have on the crypto markets. Let's see if this week actually gives us the new lows. I really do hope it does. If it doesn't, remember, weekly estimate 200 could get the retest, but everything on my end is looking like we're going to dump first before going up.
Nice. We will start. If this will ever load. There we go. There, we'll start with daily on index, and we got daily momentum giving you a rejection at the simple moving average, turning back down, and volatility is maintaining expansion, and you're getting a pretty bearish cross here on the jewel. Where you're about to get a pink dropping below the yellow with the dark blue bunched up together, but this is happening within the bearish control zone, so it's not going to be as powerful as this was happening up here, but still not going to be negligible because this is daily setup. And this is giving you one of those moves where price was pulled the 9 EMA into it to give you a nice retest, kind of front ran it by like a few bucks, not really that much at all, and you're getting some nice dumping action from that 9, and you are now once again below the 61.8%, and you're below the 5, and from here you would be going towards your target from losing the 38.2, which you did kind of front run a little bit over here, but now you're likely going to hit it somewhere around the 78.6, which is currently around $57,600. Zoom out here. Any divergence? No. There's still some bullish divergence forming between these 2 points, because you're still making a higher low momentum with price making a lower low. As of now, this is going to require a close over $60,869 to confirm. Nice number. And if you do confirm it, it gives you a move up to $67,000. Although this is far from being confirmed as of now, and more likely you're going to see the move down first. But the bright side is, because you're still making a very decently sized higher low momentum, that even in this area here around $55,000 to $50,000, it's still likely going to be possible to have that bullish divergence, and that's what's probably going to end up marking wherever you do find your local bottom at that zone, and then we'll give you confluence that's likely going to be your local bottom is once you get this daily bullish divergence confirmed. 12 hours very close to putting in a bearish engulfing dildo with the rejection of the 9, with any close below 58,840. This will be a bearish engulfing dildo, and you're likely going to see yourself somewhere around $55,000 next. 12-hour is currently still flipped up on momentum. You are currently putting in many drives of hidden bearish divergence here after taking out these previous highs of momentum, with price making a lower high, and that will confirm with any kind of closer or below 58,840, which will also confirm your bearish engulfing. Go to the 8-hour. 8 hours now once again freshly flipped back down, entering into the bearish control zone. Also has hidden bearish divergence, and that will confirm with any close below 58,840, same number, and that'll also put in a bearish engulfing on the 8-hour, and that brings it down towards $57,000. Go to the 4-hour. 4 hours also putting in a bearish engulfing dildo of this candle here, and almost this candle here. And it will do this one with that same number of 58,840 with a 4-hour momentum freshly flipping back down, and volatility is currently expanding. Let's see if there's anything else. No, not quite. And you're also losing 38.2% on the 4-hour, and that brings you down towards about $58,000. Okay. 2-day is also forming that possibility of bullish divergence, although you have to close over $60,869 to confirm it. More likely, this is going to make your way down here and somewhere around this region, end up confirming it, and that would put you between $57,000 and $53,000. All right. Let's go into 5-day. 5-day is now also losing it's losing the 78.6%, not really getting much of a bounce from that 78.6%. You tried to over here, but just went straight down again, and that level is at about $60,900. And if you were to lose that, that brings you down towards about $55,000, and then your next level is about $48,000. Weekly is coming back to retest the moving average after making your way into the bearish control zone. Weekly, let me zoom in here. You're still making an ever so slightly higher low on the weekly, so there's still possibility of weekly bullish divergence, but you do have to close over $67,260 as of now to confirm it. More likely, you're going to make your way down to somewhere around $57,000 to $52,000, and if you're still making a higher low on momentum, then at that point it'll be easier to confirm the bullish divergence. You like to see possibility of weekly bullish divergence because then it makes you a lot more confident that you're close to the low. 2-week currently has that fresh silver cross down. You're getting some downside price with it, a little nuking action. Momentum is currently flipped to the downside on the 2-week. It also has possibility of bullish divergence, but same idea. This is likely going to go lower before it does confirm. And currently closing below about $62,100 would bring you down towards 78.6, which will update. We have to see where it is at that time. Right now, it's sitting at around $46,000. And your 2-week 200 is continuing to rise with every single close, and eventually it'll be somewhere around that region. And 2-week is losing the buy signal right at the edge of the bearish control zone. Monthly also about to freshly flip back down with volatility about to go back into expansion, and monthly is still continuing the sell signal with the pink below the yellow. This is only the second time in history this has happened, and it's happening even higher than it happened previously. And this goes along with the loss of the 61.8%, brings you down, and you're putting in bearish divergence on the monthly and a local top, which will confirm with any close below 72,402, and that brings you down to somewhere around this monthly 100 EMA on the bearish divergence, which is going to continue to rise, and with every close, and it's eventually going to line up with our 78.6, which is going to be the target of losing 38.2. And that currently is at around $52,300. The 100 as of this moment is around 48,000, but it's going to continue to rise. Maybe it'll be at 49,000, maybe somewhere in the 50,000 region. And this is where you bottomed out on FTX, and you kind of bottomed where you bottomed out on COVID, front ran just a little bit. And quarterly also losing their 61.8% brings you also towards that 46,000 region. This quarterly jewel was what told you where it was neutral all the way back over here. It's never been neutral. It not been a bear market, let alone the sell signal. That was a hindsight type of thing, or not really, but afterwards it seems like hindsight, where it kind of said it was neutral back when price was at all-time highs. All right. I'm going to Tether. Tether is still above the weekly 5. You came kind of down to the 9. Basically, how Bitcoin basically retested the 9, and same thing as Tether, and how you're getting expansion. And if you were to get any close over 9.19%, that brings you into the high 9s. Likely going to hit 10 at that point. And daily is still flipped up with more volatility expanding. There's still a possibility of bearish divergence here, but you have to close below 8.946% to confirm it. 12 hours now holding the bottom 38.2%. Momentum is about to flip back up right at the neutral zone, putting in hidden bullish divergence, and volatility is at 0%. If you were to close back over this median at around 9.17%, that is what likely start your busting action. 4 hour also about to get a nice breakout over the 38.2%. You're bullishly engulfing the past 2 4-hour candles, almost this third one here too. And if you were to get a close over 38.2 at 9.14, it brings you into about 9.3s, which is very close to your current all-time high. Basically, current all-time high. Can you please stop biting me? Ow. Okie dokie. Go to the 2-day. 2-day is now also flipped up, also putting in possibility of bearish divergence, but you will need to see a close below 8.946% to confirm it. As of now, you're more likely to make your way towards the top, 78.6%, which is around 10% currently. Nice new all-time high. Okie dokie. 5-day also making its way towards 78.6, also putting in possibility of bearish divergence, but this likely, if it does get confirmed, probably going to be later on, which then will come along with your local bottom on Bitcoin. But as of now, you are likely to hit the 78.6 first, which is currently sitting at about 11%. Ow, fuck! Stop biting me. There we go. Go to the weekly. Got throwbacks to when Fibbo was biting the shit out of me when we were live streaming. Weekly currently also has closures of that 38.2%, and this is going to target the 78.6. Please stop. And this is at about 12%, which is going to line up with your quarterly median in a little bit. And weekly is also putting in that bearish divergence, but very likely this is going to, if it does confirm, it will be later on. 2-week currently freshly flipping up, putting in hidden bullish divergence. This is going to confirm hidden bullish divergence with any close over 9.016%, and then that sends you up to somewhere around 11% to 12%, which is your top 38.2% to the 50%. And monthly now we are also heavily over the median. Median's at 7.92%, and we're about to make a local bottom with any close over this week high at 7.84%, and that's going to send you up towards somewhere around 10.5 to 11%, which is a nice new all-time high. Ow. And monthly momentum is also very close to very close to flipping back up. Let me take her off the bed real quick. Okay, you play with Luna. Go away. Read some books. Okay. And monthly is just getting expansion off that line. Kind of like what basically Bitcoin does in its bull markets. And quarterly making its way back into that 38.2%. It's currently sitting at 8.7%. And if you do close over there, that gives you a target of wherever the median is at the time. Right now it's sitting around 12.29%. And these numbers will come up again. Now let's go into the RSI. No, go away. Read some books. Okie dokie. Daily currently has active hidden bullish divergence, and you are basically at the critical zone now. The critical zone sits at, you're in the critical zone actually, 9.14%. 12-hour also has hidden bullish divergence. Critical zone sits at 9.39%, basically your current all-time highs. 8 hours got some bearish divergence. You came very close to hitting the neutral zone, and that is at about, where is it? 8.93%. But now you are putting in possibility of hidden bullish divergence because you have taken out these previous lows on momentum, with price making a higher low. And this will require a close over 9.221% to confirm. And if you do confirm it, this gives you a move to 10.1%, 10.14, with volatility now almost to 0%. Okay. 4 hours also got bearish divergence with volatility now starting to tick back over 15%. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below 9.151%. Very close to invalidating that. And your next target is going to be the simple moving average, which is at 9% flat. Kind of already have. Yeah, you've already hit that. So more likely this is going to confirm some hidden bullish divergence here now. Ow. 2 hours also got hidden bearish divergence. This is going to invalidate with any close over 9.16%. Very close to invalidating that, and you've already hit the easy target. So if you were to invalidate this now, this is going to send you to current all-time highs around 9.35%. Kind of think that's what's going to happen. 2 days hit the target from the local bottom, which is a simple moving average. From here, your next target is about 10%, 10.6%, close to the monthly 38.2%. 3 days got a local bottom, target 9.6. 5 days got fresh hidden bullish divergence, targets 10.35, close to the monthly 38.2%. 6 days got putting in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence. This will confirm with any close over 8.758% in today's close, and that gives you a target towards about 12.3%, which lines up with the quarterly median. But this level will update in about 8.5 hours. Weekly also has hidden bullish divergence, and if you were to touch your support here at the bullish control zone, that sits at around 9%, which you have currently come to. This is basically the low of this week's candle, and now your next target is going to be somewhere around 12.4%, which will update in about 6 days. Wonderful how well these RSI zones work. Bullish control zones at 9.08%, weekly lows at 8.98%. 2 weeks also got a local bottom, targets a simple moving average at 10.28%, lines up with the quarterly monthly 38.2%, and then the critical zone lines up with the quarterly median at 12.29%. I got scratches and bloody bites all over my arms. My wonderful daughter, full of love. Let's go to the Bitcoins. Bitcoin currently has active hidden bearish divergence on the daily. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below 64,251, and your next target on that. Well, actually, you're already in the critical zone. Your critical zone, basically, you're there. It's at 59,130, so it's like $100 lower. 12 hours very close to the critical zone. Also, it's at 57.2. 8 hours got some bullish divergence. Let me zoom in. Kind of looking like this is played out. You've already hit the easy target, which is the neutral zone, and now you're putting in possibility of hidden bearish divergence because you have taken out the previous highs on momentum with price making a lower high. And this will confirm with any close below 58,840. That's bad. And if this does confirm the hidden bearish divergence, this is going to give you a minimum target of 58, but more likely you're going to come towards the critical zone, which is sitting around 51.5. Some nice dumping action, very likely coming to you within the next few days if this confirms. This is an 8-hour candle, and 3 of them in one day, so probably within the next 3 to 5 days this is going to play out. 6 hours also putting in that hidden bearish divergence, and this will give you a move down towards about $54,000. 4 hours also putting in that hidden bearish divergence, and this gives you a move down to about 56.5. Let me zoom in on this. Fuck. Likely going to target the simple moving average from here. That's at 57.1. And the critical zone is at 50,000. Nice psychological number. Probably will go a little bit below 50,000. If you're touching 50,000, they're probably gonna nothing stopping you from going to 49 at that point. 5 days also got hidden bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below 65,700, and your next target of that is the critical zone. This level will update in about 8.5 hours. It's currently sitting at 41,000. 6 days also got hidden bearish divergence. Gives you a target of 58,000 for the bearish control zone, and the critical zone will update several times because it's currently sitting at 17,400. And I'm just going to go on a limb here, and I don't think it's going to go down to 17,000 bucks. Weekly, it's also got hidden bearish divergence, targets the bearish control zone, sits at 54.2. 2 weeks also got bearish divergence. This is going to target the simple moving average, currently sitting at 47.3. And monthly is putting in bearish divergence, local top, confirms any close below 74,000, 72,400. And this is going to give you a move down towards the 100 EMA, which is currently at around 48,000, 49,000. But eventually it's going to rise up, just line up. What's at currently 48,000? It's going to line up next month with something around 49 to maybe $50,000 before you hit it. So that gives you a range between around that 50-ish, 52,000 to $49,000 level. And it gives you, also tells you that this is where you bottomed out on FTX and kind of where you bottomed out on COVID. And you got monthly volatility. We'll get to that in the momentum chart. And what else would there be? And at this point, you will be taking out this low on momentum, giving you a macro hidden bullish divergence over here from this point to this point. And this is going to be a higher low of like almost 100%. Closer to 90% of a higher low while you're taking out this low on momentum. It's a very significant drive of hidden bullish divergence. That would send you up to, even the bullish control zone would be at $130,000, which is just an ever so slightly new all-time high. The critical zone is currently sitting at about 260,000. But remember, these are numbers for the next cycle, not playable anytime soon. Alrighty, Cody's got 3 drives of bearish divergence also. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below 114. And your next target from there is going to be wherever the 55 EMA. Actually, you're likely going to front run the 55 where you did on FTX. So maybe that puts you around somewhere around that $40,000 region. That you wouldn't have any RSI targets because currently that neutral zone is at 16,000, which will update several times. And 6 month also putting in 3 drives of bearish divergence, and if this confirms, gives you a target of the 21. Currently sitting at 42,000, but this is going to rise, and also on FTX you front ran a little bit, so puts you around that same like 48,000 to $50,000 region. Now let's look at momentum. Tether currently flipped up, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 9.04%. Currently do have bearish divergence possible, but a little unlikely to confirm it. 12 hours also up as long as you're closing over 9.12%. 8 hours also freshly up as long as you're closing over 9.13%. And you're also maintaining the bullish control zone with volatility at almost 0%. 4 hours also up, rejecting the bearish control zone, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 9.09%, with volatility now starting to expand from almost 0%. 2 hours also freshly up with volatility about to expand, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 9.04%. 2 days also up, maintaining the bullish control zone, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 8.88%, and you got volatility basically fully reset now. 5 days also flipped up with volatility expanding, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 8.72%. Weekly is also flipped up with volatility expanding from 0%, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 7.87. 2 week also freshly up, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 8.07. Volatility is almost back to extreme lows. Monthly is also currently flipped up, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 8.82%. And monthly is taking out these highs here on momentum, so there's no bearish divergence between these points. Quarterly is also freshly flipped up with hidden bullish divergence, with volatility expanding from the lowest point ever, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 5.82%. Now let's go into Bitcoin. and Bitcoin is remaining down on the daily, with volatility still expanding at 69%, nice level, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below $60,250. 12 hours also firstly flipped down, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 59,600. 8 hours also firstly flipped down, and with volatility almost at 0%, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 59,600. 4 hours also freshly down, projecting the bullish control zone, with volatility now expanding to the downside and hidden bearish divergence, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 59,800. 2 days also freshly down, and it's going to be down as long as you're closing below 60,600. 5 days also down as long as you're closing below 64,100. Weekly is also down as long as you're closing below 73,000. 2 week is also down as long as you're closing below 69,000. Nice number. Monthly is also flipped down with volatility expanding, confirmed expanding, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below $69,700. And that likely is going to give you that target towards the monthly 100, which is currently around that 48 level, but it's going to continue to rise. And quarterly is flipped down with the loss of the critical zone, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 100,900. Alrighty, so on the with the low time frames are now putting in that hidden bearish divergence and momentum flipping down. I do think this is going to continue this move to the downside. The higher time frames are playing out, and that's going to take you towards from here somewhere around 56,000 to 53,000 for a little bit of a bounce. I'm not sure how much of a bounce that will give you, but I'm eventually looking for price to find itself somewhere between 52,000 and 48,000, somewhere in that region, putting you around this monthly 100 EMA, because that is basically where you bottomed at of the last two major drops right at that monthly 100 EMA. It's for as long as you've had the 100 EMA's history. If you were to run it back down from here, this is kind of where you bottomed out in this region here. If you just imaginarily draw it, while everyone else is going to have extremely lower price targets, probably somewhere around that $35,000 region is going to be the 12,000, 10,000 of this cycle, somewhere around bottom. I'm thinking somewhere around that $40,000 area, maybe down to 44, 45,000. Not really married to that idea just yet, but I'm hesitant to store. I'm not thinking that it's going to drop below $40,000. And if you were to go to 45,000, it would put ETF buyers in underwater for a little bit, which I think is kind of likely or a little unlikely to not have them underwater at all. But I do want to see right now follow through on this move to the downside, which I do think can happen once you get your 8-hour confirmation candle closer, putting in your hidden bearish divergence on the 4-hour, the 8-hour, and you also got it on the 6-hour. That'll start your move down. And once you take out your current low at around that $58,000 area, I believe it was, that's likely going to bring you down towards that 53 to 55-ish zone, and then we have to see the reaction there to see how much of a bounce we get, if any at all. And right now, and I would say that we're likely going to be continuing this move to the downside, aggressive move to the downside, as long as we're below about 60,500 or 60,000. Actually, I would use this wick high now currently at around $60,700. As long as we're below that area, likely it's going to continue going down and aggressively down.
But it's not. The charts are so bearish. Extremely bearish. Like everything is bearish and everything says he needs to go down. Right now, I need this shit to go down between now and Sunday. If he doesn't go down, we're gonna just go sideways probably until the end of the year, and it's just gonna be a time capitulation thing, not a price one. Or could be like exactly 2018 and then just get a mega dump in December, right? Like could be the same thing. But right now, every chart is so bearish, the most retarded animal can read it and be like, this is going down, right? Like there's nothing bullish about this, nothing.
Yeah.
But at the same time, they told me that Michael Saylor now has permission to sell billions of dollars worth of Bitcoin. And last time he sold 32 Bitcoin or 22, whatever the fuck it was, we had that massive drop. The other thing that's making me like, what the fuck is going on is this. Normally when we are falling in this shit, right? Like rather simple, just let's pay attention to just the patterns of the candles, right? Normally when this is going on, like you have big dumps and instantly make everyone believe it's going to recover. Dump, dude, it's going to recover. This time around, it's like dumped, instantly fucked, and instantly it's going to dump more.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Like
Especially
that
with
hasn't
Michael
happened.
Saylor.
You know what I mean? Like even down here, dump, go up, dump, go up, even dump, go up. You didn't just fucking come back and like did this. Obviously, again, it's impossible to be bullish looking at the charts like this, but I have to remind myself that could be local bottom for a while. Again, the most horrendous thing that could happen would be this.
And there is a bull moon today.
There is, and that's something no one's accounting for either. There is a big bull moon, and once again, they're making us all look lower because they're saying Michael Saylor is going to sell $1 billion, and now everyone is going like every single bear market on Bitcoin, there's been a black swan, and that's going to be the black swan. Well, it's not a black swan if he sells some Bitcoin, right?
Especially if he told you he's going to sell.
Huh?
Especially if he told you he was going to sell.
That's what I'm like. Yeah, up front, Michael Saylor was kind enough to let everybody know that he's going to be the black market. Which, by the way, when FTX dumped, I was trading NFTs like hardcore, and I was on old Discords, and I remember perfectly that ZZ came out and said, "Dude, FTX is going down because of this," and I went into the Discords, and everybody's like, "He's so full of shit," and I was like, "Dude, just pull your fucking money out. If you have money there, you never know, right? You never know.
It doesn't hurt you to withdraw."
And people were so aggressively against it. Like a lot of people stopped talking to me because I told them. And by the way, I wasn't like, do what I tell you. I was like, you might just want to pull out your money, just in case. And then he dropped, and still people couldn't believe it, and they were like, it's going to recover, until they realized that they had to get someone in the fucking whatever islands to go to the bank directly and pull their money out. It was like crazy. So there was no like heads up really. And right now, Michael Saylor's telling you this. I'm not saying we're in a bull market. I'm just saying this could be a horrible scenario because it would be so boring.
I would take the price going down any which direction over that.
Me too. Oh, please, because you can make so much money on these moves to the downside. But why is Solana doing this? Look at Solana. I mean, in general, it's a fucking piece of shit move. But if you look at it on a daily, that's crazy. It's retesting the SMA 200, the daily SMA 200 right now, which it hadn't seen since November. Like, what is Solana doing that's so special? Does anyone know?
I think they're curing cancer.
Is Solana finally curing cancer? I thought so. Because this shit looks like it put lows and it's like bouncing up higher. Ethereum is just like being a piece of shit and like holding it by nothing, but still underneath this line should be more to the downside. Everything looks super bearish. Super fucking mega doopish bearish. But then again, Strategy's up 7% today, 6%, 6.5%. By the way, Lucid too, crazy. Yesterday, on Friday, had a 15% up and now 6% up almost. Not bad. I'm gonna put a deadline on this because I've seen this movie before where the chart just looks so much in the favor of one side. They make us look, on that side. Like the top was just like that. We're at 126 and we're like, oh, hidden fucking bullish divergence up the ass. It's going to 130. The cycle's broken. Everything is going up and we're going to go to I don't know where. And Tether looks so fucking bearish. It's going to collapse. and then we ate a dick. So and again, the news is supporting the bull. Like it's 7% up right now. Strategy. Why? Isn't Sailor going to sell? And this is a low. Even Nike's going up though, 1%, but after making a new low. I don't know. I want by Sunday to give me the move down because it's so obviously on the chart there. If I don't see it by Sunday, I'm gonna just think that this is gonna go sideways till the end of the year.
Sunday's gracious. I'd even say like 3 days. This doesn't break down by like June 2nd.
Well, I'd be gracious because it's the weekend. It's 4th of July, right? And that means people are not going to be on their phones.
You know, last 4th of July, or what was it? Was it last 4th of July we dumped hard, or was it last 4th of July? I'm trying to remember.
Let's see. January, September.
I think usually 25th. On the big major events like that usually get some dumping action.
June, July.
July. No, it wasn't June. I mean, you might have gotten one, but it was not very significant.
Okay.
It's just no one's looking at their phone, right? And also, like, the weekly went down and fucking closed underneath the 200 SMA, but he's just like holding. Like, get the fuck out of here, dude. Just dump already. I thought he would like close like this and instantly dump. That's what I was expecting. And he didn't do it. So that's why, to me, until this weekend, if this shit doesn't dump, we're just going to go sideways for a very long time, probably.
And it's also not giving you the immediate retest, just getting everyone bored.
Yeah, no. And by the way, this, what it's incredible at, which would be the sideways, if it goes sideways all year long, people, as long as you're here, no one's buying. Does that make sense? Because you know it's gonna, like, quotations, right? You know it's gonna dump more. So why buy right now?
And then from at this point, maybe the alts go sideways, maybe bearish retest. Who knows? I don't want to.
Well, the Bitcoin dominance should be fucking dumping, right? So Bitcoin dominance should be going down. So what you might have is what we were saying, that altcoins should bottom in the summer, which they kind of already did, right? Unless, I mean, Ethereum and Solana right now are holding their ground, their last low. But like, like Solana, dude, I don't understand this move on Solana. Why is Solana doing this? There's nothing going on with Solana. But then again, the NFTs did their thing. They're pumping Indeed and all that shit. So what? So maybe, just maybe, Bitcoin goes sideways. Bitcoin dominance dumps to the weekly SMA 200. And then you get like a nice rally on alts right here, which gets everyone bullish on Bitcoin. And then Bitcoin after that dumps. Could be.
Yeah.
But right now, I just want to see Bitcoin dumping. Like, this is bullshit that it's holding where it's at. And it's not following anymore the pattern of the dumps at all.
And people get way more bullish on altcoin scam pumps than they do on Bitcoin ones.
Exactly. So if they think, oh my God, the alt season's coming, then that's that, right? Because this is weird. Like I said, mostly the fact that it's not doing this. And it's just like, bleh, like instantly. Oh yes, by the way, everyone waiting to invest, keep fucking waiting. It's almost here. Piece of shit Bitcoin. No, bad Bitcoin. Better fucking dump. All right, thank you. We got the S&P 500 and Solana for a trade. Both of them, please.
Cool.
Fucking Solamis. Can't understand that. ¿Quién compró Strategy? Porque ahora ya les están diciendo que Michael Saylor va a vender más, ¿no? Está arriba casi un 8%. Nada mal. Eso es lo raro. Te están contando ahorita a todo el mundo que Strategy, que Michael Saylor va a vender Bitcoin y va a vender $1,000 millones y te lo están diciendo por adelantado, que como siempre, damas y caballeros, no mamen. La segunda cosa es, normalmente, sí, estos mercados bajistas acaban en cisnes negros, como FTX, MGT-Box o como se llamara ese exchange, etcétera. Pero cuando pasó lo de FTX, fue en un día. Sí le dijo a todo el mundo, güey, este güey no tiene colateral. Y literalmente todo el mundo dijo, no, está mamando este güey, pinche chino de mierda. Sí, literalmente fue eso. Yo estaba en el pleno calor de los NFTs, tradeando en los Discords. Y adivinen qué, sí se fue toda la mierda. Y la gente que se la cargó la verga, yo me acuerdo estar en Discord y haberle dicho a la gente, güey, no pierdes nada sacando tu dinero de FTX. Y todo el mundo, o sea, hubo gente que se ofendió al grado que hasta la fecha no me han vuelto a hablar por eso. Es como la gente de Checo, ¿no? Que cuando les dije, güey, para mí creo que Checo sí se va de Red Bull cuando Liam Lawson le pintó dedo. Hay gente que literalmente después de eso me bloqueó y nunca más me volvió a hablar. Aunque tuve la razón, y una vez más, no era un deseo, lo mismito ahí. Y aquí eso no está pasando. Aquí la gente está ya preparándose para la gran caída de Strategy, ¿no? Porque, pues, güey, si vendió 32 bitcoins o 22 bitcoins, lo que haya sido, y tiró todo eso de aquí a acá, imagínate lo que va a pasar después. Y vean cómo llegó literalmente al precio, a los 81 aquí. Fue divino. O sea, divino. Ok, Strategy nos está haciendo voltear para abajo. Les voy a decir exactamente lo que es. Análisis técnico, Bitcoin está en el nivel más bajista que te puedes imaginar, ¿no? Estamos todos esperando a que caiga. Todos. Está en una clara tendencia bajista. Estoy en la semanal. Tienes este alto, con alto más bajo, con un alto más bajo, y todos tienen bajo más bajo. Hasta aquí, es más, de aquí a acá tienes un bajo más bajo en literalmente 3 semanas. Te di un bajo más bajo. Entonces, solamente para ponerlo claro, a menos de que subas de los 62,000, el S&P 200, que está es la línea rosita que viene por acá para los que se preguntan, y está en casi 63,000. Hasta que no superes esto, estás en posición bajista. Y por regla, literalmente por regla, todo, momentum, todo lo que quieras, está apuntando para abajo, a que debería haber continuación. Ahora, aquí es donde vale la pena tomarte un poco de tiempo y apuntar, porque estos pueden ser momentos importantes, ¿no? No estoy diciendo que sea lo que va a pasar, ¿no? Tengo mi plan, estoy siguiendo mi plan tal cual, no tengo FOMO, no estoy cambiando nada. ¿Ok? Bueno, en Strategy, en realidad, yo ya puse todo mi dinero. Lo que iba a poner en Strategy, yo ya metí todo, cuando ahorita que cayó en 83. 83, no llegué a meterme en los 82, 81, 83 fue la última grande que le metí. Ya lo cerré. En Coinbase y en Circle estoy esperando el siguiente movimiento de Bitcoin, porque ustedes saben que no estoy comprando Bitcoin. Ethereum, me falta una tercera parte. Nada más. Porque ustedes saben dónde están mis apuestas en todo esto, ¿no? Y me estoy manteniendo en mi plan y no me importa lo que pase, no me voy a cambiar. Aunque esto despegue aquí la chingada, no me voy a cambiar, voy a continuar tal cual. Es importante decir eso. En Strategy ya estaba muy castigado. Ya te estaban contando que es el fin del mundo. Michael Saylor. Una vez más, para mí el sentimiento es muy importante. Si ya veo que todo el mundo está tirando de pendejo al güey que ustedes me dijeron iba a ser el primer trillonario en vez de Elon Musk, o sea, no mamen, por el amor de Dios, obviamente algo cambió. Y aquí se los voy a poner. Si Bitcoin no rompe, tiene este retesteo, esta zona de los 61,000, y no se lo lleva la chingada para abajo, de aquí al fin de semana, al final del fin de semana, porque aquí tenemos el 4 de julio. El 4 de julio es día feriado en Estados Unidos, es nuestra independencia de los extraterrestres. Fue cuando Will Smith nos salvó de la invasión de los extraterrestres, por los que no se acuerdan. Es la historia tan rica que tiene Estados Unidos. Entonces, estamos esperando de aquí a ese día, si esta madre no cae más, yo voy a ponerme en el plan de que esto es el fondo local A y tengo dos escenarios. Primero, esta chingadera solamente va a hacer esto de aquí a fin de año. Y de ahí se va al mercado alcista. Ese es A, plan A, ¿ok? Plan B, esta chingadera se va de lado de aquí a noviembre. En noviembre hace esto y ya de ahí nos vamos así al siguiente año. Este sería plan B. ¿Ok? Una vez más, ¿qué requiere para pensar eso en vez de que vamos a caer de una vez? Que de aquí al 4 de julio, Bitcoin caiga. Si cae, podemos continuar con el plan tal cual. Pero si no cae Bitcoin de aquí al 4 de julio, para mí, yo lo voy a poner en mi diario, esto se va a ir de lado. ¿Qué otra cosa me hace pensar que algo raro está pasando? Normalmente, una vez más, en los topes, esto es una excelente lección para todo el mundo. No es una lección, pero es algo que deben de apuntar ustedes para ver qué tan real es o qué tan real no es. Porque en este momento, cuando estábamos aquí arriba, la tabla te decía en los 126, todo es súper. Es más, yo les recomiendo que se metan a ver los en vivos de estos días, de cuando estábamos aquí. La tabla leía, güey, como si fuéramos a ir a 400 millones de dólares. No, es que hay divergencias alcistas, viene lo más alcista de lo alcista y Tether se ve que se va a ir a la verga y tu mamá va a ponerle dinero en Bitcoin y todo va a continuar subiendo y el güey de los 180 mil dólares tenía razón y ja. Todo aquí. Este fondo, que fue relativo, cuando hablamos de esto relativamente es el mismo precio. Y esto es lo que yo, antes de que todo esto empezara, les dije, para mí el fondo del fondo sería la culerada del mundo en 57. ¿Lo llegamos a tocar? Ni siquiera creo que lo llegamos a tocar, ¿o sí? No, por $35. ¿Por qué había dicho 57? Por esta vela, ¿se acuerdan? ¿O qué es 58? No. Es esta vela. Esta vela de acá. Déjeme quito esto y esto. Y voy a quitar también los promedios en chinga, solo para que lo vean. Esta vela de acá, esta, es la que estaba aguantando perfectamente, ¿no? ¿Lo pueden ver? Que aquí no tocó. Y dije, güey, cuando toquemos esta vela y que nos la llevemos para abajo, podemos decir que tocamos fondo. No, me estoy mamando, es esta. Ni siquiera lo hemos hecho. Estamos entre el 58 y 57. Como quieras, da igual, ¿no? No me acuerdo cuál era, pero era una de estas dos velas. Para mí, según yo, era esta, porque pues es más importante el retesteo bajista, pero bueno, no me voy a chulear ahorita. Lo que estoy diciendo es, esto definitivamente tocó ahí, esto definitivamente no. Por eso para mí era imposible que esto fuera el fondo del fondo. Pero si compraste esto y no compraste esto, tío, o sea, de $2,000, puedes decir que compraste el fondo. No vamos a ser nice con todo el mundo. Hasta ahorita. Pero lo que a mí ya es cuando la tabla se empieza a comportar diferente, es cuando yo me pregunto por qué. ¿Por qué se está comportando diferente? Porque en tu primera caída después de esto, caes y ve cómo subes. Y luego vuelves a caer, ¿no? Acá. Pero ve cómo subiste. No hubo en ninguna de estas ocasiones, cuando caíste acá, no hubo ni siquiera nada cerca de retestear eso. Simplemente tocaste arriba y bolas para abajo. Cuando caíste acá, no hubo nada cerca que viniera a retestear. Simplemente fuiste para arriba y bolas. ¿Están de acuerdo? Cuando caímos acá, no hubo nada que viniste a retestear. Fuiste para arriba y volviste a caer. Pero cuando viniste acá hiciste un nuevo mínimo, subiste tantito, y esto lo hicimos corto, hiciste un nuevo mínimo y ya. Y ahora me estás diciendo, y esto es por lo que tienes que poner atención, esto ya no se está comportando como aquí, ya no se está comportando como acá, ya no se está comportando como acá. Siempre he dicho, les he dicho siempre, ¿qué es lo que Bitcoin hace antes de subir? Baja. ¿No? Baja, baja. ¿Me entienden? ¿Qué hace antes de caer? Sube. ¿Por qué vergas no está cayendo de aquí? Cuando la postura es bajista de a madre. Te llevaste este mínimo, te llevaste este mínimo y tienes un nuevo mínimo. Esta es la primera vez que hace esto. Esta fue la última que hizo un para arriba. Aquí puedes argumentar, hizo un para arriba, güey. Pero velo rápido. O sea, estás hablando fondo, 1, 2, y a la tercera vela hiciste el nuevo fondo. Acá fue fondo, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 velas para hacer un nuevo fondo. No 3, 17. Acá, fondo, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Perdónenme, aquí hay algo raro. Y solamente estoy diciendo, vale la pena notarlo. La tabla te está diciendo que esto es bajista de a madre, ¿ok? Pero súper, mega bajista. La tabla 100% es bajista. Alex y Pagan dicen lo mismo. Esta es, si llegas, tienes un retesteo de los 62, es oportunidad de corto. Completamente es como se lee la tabla. Completamente. Lo que yo estoy diciendo es, si de aquí al 4 de julio no me das el movimiento para abajo, tío, a la siguiente zona, sea cual sea, me vale verga si me equivoco en que va a aguantar los 53, que si, no, me da igual. Pero si Bitcoin no cae rápido, de aquí literalmente al 4 de julio, y el próximo lunes o cuando sea que tengamos envío, porque si es 4 de julio el lunes, déjenme lo veo. Esto acá es un mega holiday. Ah, no. El sábado es el 4 de julio. Ok. Si para el 4 de julio, el lunes, yo regreso acá, los veo y no nos hemos absolutamente partido la madre. Si venimos a hacer un pinche minimito más, ¿no? Chiquitito. No, eso no cuenta para mí. Que nos partamos la madre mínimo, caigamos a 55, entre 55 y 52. Si no llegamos aquí el 4 de julio, yo voy a cambiar mi idea de que voy a aplicar plan A y plan B de esta idea, que ya se los di. Irnos de lado hasta fin de año y probablemente ver la caída en noviembre como la vimos en el 2018 y esto entonces seguiría el ciclo del 2018 idéntico. O a la verga, este fue el fondo, nos vamos a ir de lado y lo único que va a hacer es capitulación por tiempo. Capitulación por tiempo es aburrir a todo el mundo y cuando nadie esté poniendo atención subir. Porque yo les he dicho, dentro de mi conspiranoia, ¿no? Si le quieren decir así, lo más culero que puede hacer Bitcoin en este momento es simplemente esto. Lo he dicho una y otra vez. Nadie ha comprado. Nadie. Nadie. Todo el mundo está esperando 55, 50, 45, 49, lo que tú quieras. Nadie ha comprado. Si esta gatada no baja, ahí es donde yo voy a decir, aquí hay algo diferente. O tal vez no diferente, pero aquí simplemente, ¿por qué? Porque, güey, perdón, estoy en mi tabla semanal, tengo mi SMA 200 y lo pierdo. Eso es instantáneamente tu confirmación bajista, ¿no? Güey, ya, pero esto se va a la mierda, güey. Ya debajo del SMA 200 estás literalmente en territorio donde, pues, tienes que comer nepe, ¿no? Por un rato. ¿Y te quedaste aquí? Una vez más, si esto no me da el movimiento de aquí al 4 de julio para abajo, eso no tendría sentido alguno. Pero nada. Entonces, ahí es donde yo regresaría a mi ciclo del 2018. Consideraría que lo que vimos es esto: 3,400, 3,200, 3,121. 1, 2, 3. Y esto sería idéntico a esto. Porque aquí no lo hizo. Aquí literalmente me hizo bajos más altos en el de julio. Y acá relativamente, ¿dónde fondeamos? En diciembre, efectivamente, del 2018. Noviembre fue el primero y luego en diciembre, los últimos. Pero pueden ver que relativamente hablando, si estamos volteando a ver esto por fechas, tendríamos nuestra caída gorda en diciembre. Si estamos relativamente viendo esto en el SMA 200, esto es lo que estamos viviendo hoy. Hoy estamos en esta vela. Y nunca cerraste por debajo del SMA 200 en esto. Después de esto, lo que puede venir sería un evento estilo COVID, una capitulación rica en marzo del próximo año. Eso, aquí sí cerraste por debajo del SMA 200, pero instantáneamente a la siguiente semana lo subiste. Es lo que podríamos estar viendo. Un escenario así, donde, por ejemplo, ahorita simplemente nos vayamos de lado todo el año y que sea esto. ¿No? Esto. Y que todo empiece a subir, te haga pensar, güey, este ciclo es diferente. Estemos arriba a mediados del próximo año, la chingada, y de ahí tengamos otra caída durísima que no se llevó los mínimos, de acá. Si compraste aquí abajo, compraste chingoncísimo. Pero ese es el escenario que yo me postularía aquí si no veo caer a Bitcoin el 4 de julio. ¿Qué es lo que podemos ver para tomar nota de? Otra cosa que vale la pena tomar nota en el RSI, lo sobrevendido que estabas acá en esta caída y cómo esto está mucho más alto. ¿Qué tienes que hacer para marcar estas divergencias alcistas? Mínimo llevarte los $61,000 para la primera, en la diaria. Para la semanal también lo tiene, ¿eh? Les voy a enseñar. Para mí el RSI en la semanal, vean lo castigado que estaba aquí abajo. La última vez que estuvimos ahí abajo fue en junio del 2022, la última capitulación. Y antes de eso, estás hablando de noviembre del 2011. Y acá, simplemente en el nuevo mínimo, estás haciendo en el RSI un mínimo más alto, un bajo más alto. Este no fue el fondo, pero en el RSI sí, y acá no. Y todo mercado bajista de Bitcoin acaba con una divergencia alcista en la semanal de Bitcoin. Si es que se llega a dar. Pero para que esta divergencia se llegue a dar, tiene que aguantar en donde está el RSI y llevarse los $67,000 para arriba. Por ahora vas a ver la diaria, te da igual lo demás, porque estás literalmente en una tendencia bajista. No te vas a pelear con la tabla. Vas a tomar nota de qué, de que estás en una clara tendencia bajista, de que estando hasta abajo, que se llevó el nuevo mínimo, que cerraste una semanal debajo del SMA 200, no está cayendo instantáneamente. Te están diciendo que Michael Saylor va a vender mucho más Bitcoin de lo que ya vendió. Vendió literalmente $2 millones la vez pasada y fue lo que se llevó Strategy al pito. Obviamente, según las narrativas pendejas del mundo, ¿no? Y ahorita te están advirtiendo, güey, Michael Saylor va a vender $1,000 o $2,000 millones en Bitcoin. Bueno, lo que debería pasar es un cisne negro. Y aquí es lo que te tienes que dar cuenta. Lo que vas a apuntar de lo que te estás dando cuenta. ¿Por qué Bitcoin dejó de hacer la gatada de bajar y subir? ¿Por qué bajó luego? Hizo nuevos mínimos y se está aguantando aquí abajo. La tabla se ve mucho más bajista. La semanal cerró debajo del S&P 200 y están haciendo a todo el mundo ver para abajo. ¿Con qué? Objetivos de mercado bajista, con literalmente Michael Saylor va a vender y que viene un cisne negro. Vale la pena tenerlo en mente. Ahora, ¿qué sería lo correcto? Tienes un cruce plateado a la baja, acá. Una vez más, estás en una tendencia bajista. No se equivoquen con lo que les estoy diciendo. Si vienes a probar el promedio del 9, y aquí está un poco, te tienes que esperar a ver dónde está de entre ahorita y al rato. Si vienes a probar el promedio del 9, aquí activarías una divergencia alcista, llevándote este máximo de los 6,800, 60,800. Pero si vienes a retestar el promedio del 9, debería ser corto. Debería de acuerdo a la ley de Murphy, no, güey, la ley del cruce plateado, debería de probar eso. Y acá también vean, o sea, estás aquí abajo. Si no puedes cerrar encima, una vez más, del número que les dije, olvídenlo. ¿Dónde está el extremo de ese movimiento aquí? En los 62. Si no quieres entrar en los 60,800 porque crees que puedes subir más, los 62,500 a 62,800. Tu promedio del 21 y la parte baja de la zona azul es donde deberías de hacer tu siguiente corto con una invalidación aquí arriba, en los 65. Si lo ves subir ya de aquí, yo no diría, güey, hazle un corto aquí en la Metnel. Aquí ya puede que te lleve más arriba. No luego, pero de lado para arriba. Entonces tienes dos posibilidades para hacer un trade acá. Básicamente aquí en los 60,500 e invalidarlo con el tope de esta vela o un poquito más arriba, porque ya sabes cómo se comporta Bitcoin en los 60,800, o 60,500 a... Espérame, no, ¿de qué estoy hablando? 62,400 a 62,800, 62,900, el promedio del 21, y aquí arriba en 65,500 con esta vela es donde te sales. Esas son las dos cosas. No hay un long aquí. ¿Por qué? Es suicidio, tío. La otra cosa que me llama a mí la atención es la puta luna. La luna normalmente nos marca que ya vimos el fondo reciente. Aquí falló. Perfecto. Podría ser. Ahora, una vez más, no estamos hablando del fondo del ciclo del mercado, de lo que quieras, simplemente el fondo local de donde la luna lo ve, pum, ya está, lo ven, ¿no? Cada vez que ves la lunita blanca. Acá también falló. Esta luna solo falla cuando hay pero mega dumps. Lo pueden ver acá y lo puedes ver acá. Entonces, esto debería llevarte ya a los 55, 50, 45, lo que quieras. Pero por ahora lo que parece es que tal vez esto fue el fondo local. Solamente para que lo tengan en mente, presente, potente. Ok, vámonos para un trade en el SP 500 o Solamis. Yeah. ¿Qué es lo que sigue? Solamis or SPX? Mr. Farhano, you mind doing... Oh, there it is, Alex.
Yeah, my bad. I will do Sol.
Okay.
Let's see here. Because, yeah, she's been a little green since Friday. I noticed that. Let's see. Yeah, Friday, you had that green dildo. Let me get situated here. Smalley, please go. So for a trade setup on Sol, I mean, you're really just watching daily uptrend. You could argue that the daily's trying to grind some kind of uptrend slowly, but that's not confirmed. And you're actually just in lower low posturing since Thursday. So Friday, you had a green dildo. You're taking out Friday's high. So, okay, maybe it's an uptrend, maybe, but you'd really need to start seeing June 15th wick high taken out. That'll start giving you an actual proper higher high, because these were the lower highs, lower low, and this was a possible lower high, but it wasn't confirmed, and that's why you're still making lower highs technically. Solana is actually giving you a pretty easy short trade here, just based on a risk to reward perspective. You're breaking slightly above the daily 34. So now you have an easy perspective on, okay, if we get back above the 34, that's going to be a price structure shift. That's going to be an implication that you are going to actually take out June 15th wick high. That'll be your trend shift, target up to around 82 to 85.30. But that's not what's confirming quite yet. You actually then can start shorting Solana right here, currently, right now. Have a stop loss at either 75. More conservative, a stop loss will be at 76. You'll cut the trade if you get 2 to 3 daily closures above the 34, because like I mentioned, that'll just be the implication that you are going to actually trend shift. But at least then you're still playing the downtrend. I don't even need to show it like that. I can just throw on my trend wave catalyst here. And that way, then you're playing the downtrend still if it wants to load. Anytime. I guess it doesn't. Okay. You're still playing the downtrend. And the lower low break would be under 64. That means that you're getting basically a 13% gain on a potential 1.5% risk, or maybe a 3% risk. So that is what I'm looking at on Sol. I am looking at this just to be a retest. And actually, let's kind of go now to the higher time frames, because we had that fresh weekly, and kind of see what are we retesting anyways. Because we understand daily's grinding higher, lower high, getting slightly above the 34 now. So what could we potentially be retesting here? Oh, and so you're just under the weekly 5. The weekly 5 for the last 3 weeks has been a rejection spot. Look at the reaction off the weekly 5 to closing basis. That was 3.41%. So, this is still telling you Solana's still bearish, even despite, it being green. And I would be watching very carefully daily trend, because daily trend still is your friend. And you even are under the weekly 5. And since the move in June, Solana's just been grinding a weekly lower high. So this is actually honestly gearing up for a breakdown. If this does become lower highs, and this was just a lower high grinding out, then Solana's going to break the lows here soon, and you're going to actually reach our $58 target. You almost hit our target. It went to about $60 before making that mean reversion. But like I just showed, nothing's actually changed on this. Wow, this is interesting, actually. Because I didn't even notice that. Look at weekly volatility as we wait for HBDR. I mean, multiple sessions of extreme, 0% volatility. You're at 13.49%, basically signaling into July this is going to fire off. We are in a weekly HBDR breakdown, and you're just testing the 38.2%. Last retest was in the middle of June, before Solana went all the way down to $64. So we can just measure that retest here. Down upon the 38.2% retest, Solana went down 14%. 14% would be about 63 on Sol. So there is your daily lower low break, no? Yeah, your lower low breaks, then this would be the lower high, and this is a downtrend. So we just got max confluence about this trade on Solana. If you're on ETA, I might even post, or no, we have a Solana trade actually in this exact region. So, if you're on ETA, we have a trade there. It's based on trend. Watch for the lower high. You have 2 stop loss placements. You have one at 75, one at 76, depending on your leverage or even appetite for risk. And if this does confirm a lower low on the daily, you'll get confirmation of that under daily EMA 9 or daily closures under $71. In doing that, you'll then get a target down to around 64, or that's your lower low confirmation. And at that point, weekly volatility could take hold here and really start moving Solana down. This is why I do believe if $50 doesn't hold, specifically 57.50, you could really honestly see like a $40 sold pretty fast here. Look how fast it was to the upside. Look how fast it was to the downside. Why are we just going to be doing this little chop, move up slightly? If this is a weekly lower high, then this is an opportunity zone for like maximum financial gains. So good to be watching for a trade. And yeah, we even have a daily silver cross, slightly weak, approaching the 55, but no closures quite yet. Have that 2-day closing as well today, and you just hit the 2-day median and the 2-day 21 on this move up, along with the weekly 5
and the 5-day 9
and the 5-day 9. Let's check that out. Yeah, and you are 5-day 9 right there. Wow. So you could either just range between the 5 and the 9, but as history has shown, really the EMA 9 on SOL has been a big spot of rejection. Fall under it, and you get big moves down. Fall under it, big moves down. And so here we are again. Now, the more times you hit it, the weaker it does become. But that's not anything more than just saying if you get back above like 76 on SOL, that'll be a really good sign to maybe move up to the 80s. But that's already what we saw on the daily. That's your trend shift, higher high, daily EMA 100, etc. See if we see monthly, anything else. Yeah, monthly's about to break down here. 76 monthly candle closure under 76 should do it. Nothing on that. Eesh. Okay, so yeah, watch the weekly 5. We can look at SOL BTC really fast and just see this. Okay, so this is interesting because you are trend shifting on the weekly. You had a lower low. This has taken out your last lower high. But what's the issue? You just don't have a higher low confirmed here. So if you wanted to be like bullish here, you could argue higher low. SOL USD is weak, test 58, bottoms at 58, higher low at 1129. Volatility fires off. The uptrend of tether dominance starts confirming a bottom on Bitcoin. And we actually do start bottoming out and breaking out. But a higher low still could result into a move down. That's Bitcoin's leg down. That's SOL's leg down. This is just a higher low on SOL versus Bitcoin, though. I mean, could you even have a volatility setup here? Reset, 3 sessions. The weekly is literally telling you something's happening here on SOL soon. And look at this. This is the biggest weekly volatility setup you've ever had on SOL versus Bitcoin's chart. Let's go back to SOL versus Tether. I know this is just for a trade, but again, perspective on our daily bearish idea. And this is even the biggest SOL setup you've ever had on versus the Tether on volatility. So already off the back, if Solana is a market front runner, even indicator, this is saying literally a major move is incoming still for crypto. Could mean a move up, could mean a move down. So watch your daily downtrend breaking up. I think that'll be an easy indication on SOL longs. Until then, lower high potential. Here's the spot to start shorting, and you have options for stop losses here. So hopefully that makes sense.
Yes, sir. Super simple. Thank you. And hood for a trade.
Oh, nice. Okay. Let's see if we make it out of the hood.
Let's see. I have no idea how that chart looks like. So, Solamis, lo voy a poner rápido la de 2 semanas para que vean. Esta es una línea meme de, ¿cómo se llama? De Hopium, ¿ok? Pero pueden ver que está aguantando. No tiene nada que ver esto con el análisis. Estás, lo que hemos dicho, ¿no? Desde el 2025 estás en un mercado mega bajista en Solana. Desde enero del 2025, exactamente. Llevas 1 año y medio en un mercado súper bajista. En la de 2 semanas tienes un cruce plateado a la baja. Cualquier resto del promedio del 9 es una oportunidad de corto. Eso está en los $84, ¿ok? Solamente para que quede claro eso. Semanal, estás a punto de tener un setup de volatilidad a la alza. Momentum está apuntando para arriba en el RSI por encima de esto, pero tiene que confirmar en el cierre y todavía le queda toda la semana. Así que no voy a poner atención a eso. Bajo alto más bajo, bajo más bajo, y ahora la cosa es, va a ser un alto más bajo. Es un punto crítico para Solamis. No entiendo por qué verga se está pompeando, no lo entiendo, pero puedes ver que está la línea blanca, es el promedio del 34, rechazo, 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 y aquí lo único que tienes que hacer es básicamente, aquí hay dos sopas, ¿no? Solana va a darle a los cortos un buen corto con este, puedes usar este alto, puedes usar este alto para salirte o el mismo alto de esta vela, si quieres, si eres más exagerado. Pero aquí el trade más fácil que tiene más sentido sería un corto. Ahora, si estás creando bajo, nuevo alto, pero desde acá creaste un bajo más alto, bien, pero altos más bajos. ¿Ok? Entonces, ¿qué es lo que puedes hacer? Puedes agarrar esta línea meme y ponerla así y decir, aquí es donde me meto en un trade de Solana para corto y puedes usar cualquiera de estas invalidaciones para salirte. O sea, el alto de la vela de en medio, el alto del primer alto, acá en 76, porque una vez que cierres por encima de 76, espérame, un cierre por encima de 70 la de 5 días es hoy. Y es más, esto más o menos te está diciendo esto. Si cierras por debajo del promedio del 9 en la de 5 días, debería darte un buen rechazo para venir para acá abajo. Pero si cierras por encima del promedio del 5, del promedio del 9 en la de 5 días, puede que vengas a los 80. Entonces, usa cualquiera de estas líneas como tu invalidación, la que tú gustes, ¿no? Pero ten un plan, quédate con tu plan, que no te hagan cambiar de opinión y la chingada, para que sepas en dónde estás bien y dónde estás mal. Y acá en la diaria es el promedio del 34 el que lleva la guía, la línea blanca. Si cierras por encima del promedio del 34, le darías más probabilidades a que venga. Entonces, puede ser que lo uses como invalidación. El cierre por encima del promedio del 34 es una. Esta vela de acá en 75, 2, y esta vela acá en 76, 3. Cualquiera de esas tres opciones para tu corto en Solami. Si revienta a la alza, pues reventó a la alza y no entenderíamos qué vergas está pasando, pero todo este mercado es bastante... Recuerda, todo ahorita debería ponerse más confuso si vamos a cambiar de dirección y es lo que parece que está pasando. O continuar el movimiento. Cambiar de dirección o continuar el movimiento. Lo que está intentando hacer es hacer que la gente se rinda y no se meta en estos trades. Ok, vamos a ver el SP500 entonces para un trade. SPX, señor. ES1 for a trade daily.
There we go. Start with 2-day on here. This close is at 72.67, and this close is at 73. So it is a higher low combined with the lower low momentum, giving you possibility of hidden bullish divergence. And this will confirm with any close over 7,428, and that will give you a move into this top 38.2%, sitting somewhere around 70, 75, 70 towards 7,600, somewhere in this region. And this will also come along with the reclaim of your 38.2%, which is currently sitting at 7,333. Let's go back up. See. And at that point, you will have hidden bearish divergence because you're already taking out this previous high from momentum, and price is making a lower high. Go down a little bit. Daily is also making its way back into that 38.2%. Momentum on the daily is currently flipped up, and daily is picking a higher low, so there's no, with the lower, higher low momentum, so there's no possibility of divergence here. Let's go a little lower. 12 hours also flipping up on momentum, also making a higher low on momentum, so there's no bullish divergence. You're finding some resistance at the 21 currently at 74.17. 4 hours also getting very close to that 38.2%. Momentum is currently flipped up on the 4-hour. You're also putting possibility of hidden bearish divergence on the 4-hour. You will require a close below 73.39 currently to confirm it. So likely it isn't going to get confirmed until somewhere around that previous 75.70 region. Currently, 4 hours also losing the sell signal, losing the curvature downwards, and it is flipping upwards. And you came very close to making a silver cross to the downside. So if you just start closing above this 21, this is likely going to diverge, and then you're going to get the opposite move. But also, as long as you're closing below the median, I mean the 38.2%, it likely will come back down and get a retest of this median at 38.2%, around like 7,400, 73.90s. And that will likely be the ideal entry, because then you could use this as your stop at 73.39, and then you'd be aiming for 75.70. But let's go a little bit lower. 2 hours also getting closures over the 38.2%. Momentum is currently flipped up on the 2-hour. You're performing possibility of hidden bearish divergence. You're likely going to come back down and retest somewhere in the 73.90 region. Retest is 38.2%. And that'll be your entry for that move into somewhere around 70, 75, 70s, 75, 60s region. Let's go into the RSI. Two-day on RSI has bearish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below 75.11, and this, you came very close to hitting. Let me zoom in. The easy target. Actually, you already did hit the easy target, which is the simple moving average. I mean the neutral zone, and then the next level is going to be the bearish control zone that currently sits at around 71.18. And what else? Nothing else. And you got a bearish cross here with the pink below the yellow. Daily's got bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below 75.54. And nothing else. Nothing. Four hours got a local bottom. This would target, this is somewhere between the simple moving average and the neutral zone. That puts you around 74.50 to 75. The bullish control zone's at probably not going to go that high, somewhere around 75s. And 2 hours got bullish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing over 73.49. And your next target on that bullish divergence is going to be 74.40. And then once you get to that 75.70 region, that would be coming up to test somewhere around this previous lower high. So then you would have an opportunity for turning this long into a short, and then just put your all-time highs as a stop. It's also got bullish divergence. This would target 76.15, but that level will update. All right. Let's go into momentum. Today is currently freshly flipped up, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 73.95, with volatility now starting to expand again, and you're rejecting the bearish control zone. Daily is currently flipped down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 74.59. 12 hours currently also down as long as you're closing below 74.59, same number. And 4 hours freshly flipped up with hidden bullish divergence, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 73.09. Let's go a little lower. 2 hours also flipped up as long as you're closing over 73.42. And hourly is flipped up as long as you're closing over 73.67. Let's go back to the 4 hour, daily. All right. So as of now, on the immediate trades on the low time frames, I would look to see if you get a retest of somewhere around 73.90s, anywhere around that sub 7,400 area would be the ideal entry, and you would have that previous low here as your stop loss at 73.39, and from here you'd be targeting somewhere around 75.70 to 7600, and then in that region you could then flip around to a short, and you could have your all-time high as a stop loss, because then it'd be very, very close. And at that point, if you do get stopped, you would just flip back long into price discovery. But as of now, if you don't get the retest into 73.90s, I would hold off and just not do anything, because then your stop is a little bit further than where you are, and you're kind of chasing for move. The only thing that I would do here is, if you get the retest of 73.90s, then take that long to 75.70s. But if you don't get that, then just short somewhere around 7,600 with the current high as your stop. And if that gets taken out, then you just flip long into price discovery. But as of here, probably do nothing.
Thank you, Mr. Farjano. For you, after this is Palantir for a trade. Because Donald Trump told me to invest in Palantir.
It must be going up.
Well, now it's fucked, so everyone should be scared. Because now what I'm seeing is these dips, when I know it's not going to be the end of the world and like the big financial crisis, etc., is when AI crashes or it has a correction up to 20%, like the AI stocks that we've seen, like NVIDIA, MU, and all of those guys. They immediately come out by telling you that China is developing better AIs, that AI doesn't work, and right now there's a piece of news that reads, get ready for this one, okay? Ford rehires more than 300 veteran human engineers after it says that AI failed to deliver the same level of expertise.
And you also get the people claiming that the bubble is bursting.
Yeah, I mean, when you see, there's one person that's extremely retarded that I follow. When I see that retard instantly run with the narrative of the crash, I know it's not a crash. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I just need
Get
one
him to say that he's buying the dip.
Yeah, so that you don't buy the AI dip and then go up another 100%. That's basically their goal. So yeah.
It's
Thank you, sir.
That chart where the price is going up and up and up and up and up and up, and then finally finds the top, and they say, "I told you so." When they said initially it was, when they initially said it was topped 4 times higher now.
Oh yeah, of course. Of course. And by the way, they're all going to think, like you're saying, that they nailed it. Like all those retards are going to, see, I told you. Even if it takes 10 years, they're going to be like, I knew it was a bubble.
No, it wasn't a bubble. We just magically appeared trillions of dollars of value out of nowhere. Wow.
That's crazy. By the way, all the stock market is a bubble, if anyone understands anything about anything.
But given a long enough time frame, everything is a bubble.
Exactly. Get the fuck out of here. Fucking yeah. It's just a shame that in 2008 we didn't have all these experts in bubbles. And they, because in 2008 they made a movie about Michael Berry and maybe another idiot that predicted 2008. But I can guarantee you, just because we didn't have X, we didn't see that everyone predicted 2008 too. You know what I mean? Just like right now, they're all predicting the AI bubble. It's the same. In 2008, they all nailed it, except they weren't famous and no one made a movie about them. That's the thing.
There was thousands of Michael Berrys.
Yeah, billions.
Michael Berry actually shorted Palantir at like 200 something bucks, and people made fun of him for it.
I know, nailed it. I mean, dude has like $500 million, and people are making fun of him. Like, people are fucking retarded. That's what social media did to everyone. Enjoy it. Enjoy it, buddy.
People thinking that he's just full porting his net worth on shorts.
Yeah. Goddamn. Oh, Michael. All righty. Thank you, senor. So we said, oh yeah, Palantir is next for a trade. Okay. Estamos viendo el SP500 y una vez más acabo de leer que, oigan, no lo van a creer, pero Ford acaba de contratar a 300 ingenieros humanos porque la inteligencia artificial no está dando los resultados que esperaban. Entonces ya es la burbuja, ¿eh? Si tu Paco favorito te lo dijo, aquí tienes tu confirmación. Están haciendo lo posible, tíos. Lo posible, es literalmente de reírse. Ok, como siempre, llegando tarde un trade. encontraste piso acá, aunque tu invalidación no está tan lejos, está en 1.62%, sobre todo si estás diciendo que vas a entrar ¿cómo se llama? En spot. ¿Por qué? Lo que estamos viendo acá es simplemente una continuación alcista, ¿no? Tienes este bajo con un alto más alto, con un bajo más alto y pues, ¿qué es lo que sigue? O un alto más alto o la probabilidad de hacer un corto aquí arriba, ¿no? Entonces, ¿qué es lo que vas a hacer? La posicionamiento ideal sería, tengo la de 4 horas acá, verga esta vela. El posicionamiento ideal en realidad es en la diaria. Sería en tu promedio el 34 más o menos. Está cabrón. O tu promedio del 100 acá, en 7,400 en la parte baja. No quieres meterte en esta vela alta, sobre todo ¿por qué? Porque si esta vela no se lleva a esta, tal vez esta es una tendencia bajista una vez más, ¿no? Tu invalidación tienes que usar a huevo esta vela de acá, la de 3,000, si quieres entrar en algo, 3,300, en 7,358, 56. Y acá lo que estás buscando es llevarte este máximo nada más. Una vez que te lo lleves, confirma que vas para arriba, tienes momentum apuntando para arriba, todo apuntando para arriba. Aunque en la de 8 horas tengas un cruce plateado a la baja, si esto no es el rechazo y te llegas a llevar este máximo, deberías de poder venir a esta zona a básicamente llevarte tus ganancias. Lo puedes poner acá. Pero si no te lo vas a llevar con apalancamiento, también no tiene sentido alguno hacer un trade acá, porque tienes la misma posibilidad de subida. ¿Qué va a ser? 1% sobre tu dinero. O sea, puedes ver cómo estás casi a la mitad de este canal, ¿no? Y acá arriba, la idea sería que puedas hacer otro corto. Una vez que llegues a esta zona, quieres que se lleve esto porque te lo daría más limpio. Pero aquí también lo puedes hacer en diferentes formas y usar tu máximo histórico como invalidación. O si se lleva el máximo histórico, lo que esperarías es poder ver literalmente esto como una zona de retesteo. En el retesteo, una vez que venga para abajo, te metes long y vas para arriba. Pero por ahora estás literalmente en medio del canal, tío. Y si vas a meterte en un trade sin apalancamiento, a menos de que me estés intentando engañar, ¿no? Que si me estás intentando engañar está bien, no hay pedo, porque no tiene sentido de otra forma. Tienes una posibilidad de un movimiento de 1,5% con una invalidación de 1,5%. Es un volado. Entonces no hay trade. Es básicamente eso. All right, Mr. Alex, Robin Hood, Robin the Hood, por favor.
Yes, let me get that. Let's see if we're going to make it out of the hood or not.
Seems like it is, kind of.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good. The really basis, and I think this is for trade, I think.
Yes, sir.
Nice. So, yeah, the weekly is looking good. You have a fresh silver cross. This is kind of guiding my bias, and most likely you are going to go up. But I do want to see the weekly silver cross tested. That puts, hood at basically about an 8% dump from this point, closer to 9%. But after you actually retest that $93, and specifically it's the weekly 9, that's what we want tested after the silver cross, we should be good to go up to back to around 101. And if you do start seeing this 101 hold for 2 weeks, you'll move up to 123. Now, the daily is guiding me, at least telling me, okay, as long as you're going to stay under this SMA 200, you are more likely to get a retest here. And that way, then maybe we'll even solidify that daily or that weekly silver cross retest based on this daily SMA 200 rejection, along with potentially this daily trend shift here we got on Thursday. So now we're grinding up for the next lower high. 102.50 seems like the next objective here, so a little higher. Let's see, current market price says, all right, maybe about a 0.8%, move left to go. But from that, you should get a retest closer to the weekly 9. And if you end up losing this weekly 9, that's when it diminishes the silver cross, and then we'll start looking for lower. But I am just looking at this to be potentially an easy spot in confluence with your SMA 200. Now, let's see anything else. You have a daily silver cross, and that is what kind of got the bounce. The 21 is what's holding support here. But the issue is the daily SMA 200 is more important than the 9, the 21, or even the silver cross on the daily. So you really need to see this SMA 200 get reclaimed if you really do want like a bull market type of environment for hood. You know, under it just equates to chop. Losing it, chop, rejecting, losing it, chop, rejecting, losing it, chop, and then you just reject and go down. Now, if you get back above the daily SMA 200, understand this isn't a long run. This will be your spot. No pullback above SMA 200 gives you the move to 123 to 124. So you're in an easy spot on hood. This is just a decision, and it's really dictated by waiting. This is a good decision point, though. You're either going to lower high and reject, come down, test weekly, and as long as you hold above $93, this will result into a bullish breakout. But if you today, let's say, reclaim SMA 200, that's when you can start actually scaling longs right in that region. You'll be looking for a TP around 112, and your stop loss will simply be 93. You'll be fully aware, though, that if you long based on a reclaim of this SMA 200 and we end up losing it, that's where this long thesis is dead, and you're going to just wait for the weekly silver cross retest to start longing hood. I do believe hood is looking good. You're in a weekly buy trigger here. You just really would like to see that silver cross tested before it's all said and done. And then even this actually will give you confluence of a monthly EMA 9 retest. You know, bull markets begin when the monthly 9's really holding along with the SMA 200. Could we start seeing the beginnings of a bull market for hood? Possibly. But again, you'll need the monthly 9 retested, daily SMA 200 reclaimed, weekly 9 actually tested, and a move back to around 123. So you have some work to do if you're going to be a bull. That's why I would say really trade the weekly silver cross, wait for July, watch the monthly 9, and bid that in confluence with the weekly silver cross. Under the daily SMA 200, hood should reject, though. You should move back down to around 93, and that should be around an 8% move. So hopefully that made sense. I'm going to hold a lot of weight on that silver cross on the weekly, really being tested, and the rejection of the daily SMA 200 is going to get us there. That's kind of the whole idea of the trade. As long as that silver cross, the weekly 9 holds, you're going to be holding the monthly 9. That's a really good bullish indication of continuation up.
Love it. And I like this weekly view too, because you got an inverse head and shoulders.
Oh, yeah.
Broken to the upside target right here. Would be 120, 123, 124.
Yeah, not bad.
Basically the same shit. And also it hit the #1 target of investing.
Yeah, it really did just hit that low 60s and pop right back up. Honestly,
Yeah.
Pretty impressive.
Yeah. It's almost as if the bear market and the financial crisis that everyone's predicted is not here with us.
Yeah, it's not real.
And by the way, no one can fucking gauge a financial crisis just looking at crypto. Crypto does the same bullshit every 4 years. We're talking about like regular markets.
Yeah, 100%. And it's funny, black swans usually come when everyone's expecting a black swan. So
Absolutely. We all know this. We all know this. Again, it's just like it's crazy how good everyone is at predicting financial crises in 2026. Crazy.
Oh, yeah.
I just wish I would have had all of their knowledge in 2008.
Yeah, I wish I was in 7, honestly.
I wish I was in an elementary school.
I mean, 2008 made me wife changing money for sure. And by the way, it was just an accident. I was terrified because stocks were going to shit. And I was like, what am I going to buy? The cheapest thing is real estate. At least no one can take that away from me. And I got into that.
Prime time, too. God.
Yeah. But listen,
I was a fucking retard in reading class.
Well, if we just would have gotten all the experts that we have today, you guys could have invested at 7 years old and also in middle school. So
That's true. That's true.
yeah, it's a shame we don't. So here we go. Robinhood. Habíamos visto Robinhood para niveles de invertir y le pegó a nuestra primera cajita. Nada mal, honestamente, y ahora están viendo el gran rebote que está teniendo. No llegaste al segundo nivel ni al tercero. Esto es lo que, por cierto, esto es todo lo que quiero que aprendan en TA solamente para invertir. Porque esto literalmente siempre mínimo le pegamos a un objetivo. Mínimo. Y ahorita la gente que está en Robinhood que le pegó al objetivo, no voy a medir voy a medirlo de aquí, de en medio del objetivo a donde hemos llegado. Ya estarías 62% arriba o hoy estarías 46% arriba en Robinhood, en esta posición. Ahora, me voy a acercar un poco más. Puedes ver que tienes un cruce plateado a la baja que se deshizo por acá, con este movimiento acá. Pero si estás volteando a ver esto y voy a quitar esto, ya le pegaron al primer objetivo. Si estás viendo esto, puedes ver que tienes un hombro, cabeza, hombro. Y este hombro, cabeza, hombro inverso, lo reventaste aquí. Tu objetivo es esta línea meme de acá arriba en los 125. Ese es tu siguiente objetivo. Y ahí ya, ¿serán nuevos altos históricos? Simplemente lo primero que tienes que hacer es llevarte 139, después 150 y después 154. Para la gente que no entienda todavía cómo pones objetivos, cómo sabes que va a caer esta zona, cómo sabes, sí, lo único que está basado en es alto, bajo, ¿no? Alto, luego vas al bajo, el siguiente alto está aquí arriba, en esta línea. Entonces, una vez que vengas de acá, tu siguiente nivel, que es el próximo alto en la tendencia bajista que te llevó literalmente de ahí a acá, es esto. Es como pones objetivos. Porque yo me acuerdo cuando decía, güey, ¿cómo esta pinche gente de mierda que hace análisis técnico sabe a dónde va a llegar el precio? Porque me acuerdo que me volaba la cabeza ver a gente que, como honestamente, Fajan, que decía, no, es que yo creo que va aquí. Y decía, güey, ¿cómo verga saben eso? Simplemente es, la hacemos más de pedo y nos intentamos ver como genios, pero es simplemente altos y bajos, güey. Es muy básico poder invertir en algo si no estás viendo tus tablas en Yahoo Finance y escuchando las noticias, mis hermanos, de Cristo. Tienes un cruce plateado a la alza acá. El retesteo del promedio del 9 no te debería espantar, ¿eh? El retesteo del promedio del 9 es lo que te debería dar más ganas de invertir aquí abajo porque te va a dar una mejor oportunidad de ganancia a completar el movimiento. Ahora, pierdes el promedio del 9 y te llevas, ponte tú, este mínimo acá en los 79, ahí se empieza a ver un poco sucia la cosa, pero por ahora lo que estás haciendo es retesteando tu SMA 200, que vienes de perderlo acá en enero del 2026. Hood, puedes decir, lleva 6 meses en un mercado bajista, no lo habías perdido desde en la diaria el mercado bajista de el 2023 que tuviste acá, que creo que fue la de, ¿cómo se llama? No, en realidad no me acuerdo qué fue ahí. Entonces ya llevabas 2 años por encima, lo rompiste por acá y lo único que quieres hacer acá es simplemente posicionar en hay dos diferentes cosas que puedes hacer si no eres paciente. Uno, básicamente hacerlo donde estás, porque entre 99 y 100 no hay mucha diferencia. ¿Dónde lo eliminarías? ¿Dónde te saldrías si te llevas este mínimo? Porque eso quiere decir que este es un rechazo para venir a esta zona de los 85. Aquí podrías intentar otra vez un long y salirte en los 79. Sería la idea. Una vez más, normalmente cuando preguntan qué trade puedo hacer en una tabla donde ves el alto y el bajo y estás en medio, no hay trade. Pero sabiendo técnicamente lo que estás haciendo, hay. Si recuperas el SMA 200, tío, subes. Vas a tienes que esperarte al retesteo. Lo hemos dicho sin parar en las clases. No te quieres subir aquí. Te quieres subir en el retesteo y ya allí lo invalidas con esta vela. Esa sería la idea. Ahorita lo que podrías estar haciendo es simplemente un alto, un bajo, un alto más bajo para hacer un bajo más bajo. Tiene postura alcista, yo me inclinaría más a que esto es alcista, sobre todo viéndolo en la semanal con el MACD. Véanme, me aventé un video, literalmente, un puto video, viendo el MACD con las pendejadas que sabemos. Momentum está apuntando para arriba, tienes el promedio acá, puedes ver perfectamente cómo el mínimo acá aguantó perfecto y acá se volvió todo positivo. Lo único que requiere, y aparte estás por encima del SMA 200, lo que te pone en territorio alcista en esta tabla, Esto quiere decir que simplemente tienes que seguir empujando y llevarte este máximo en los 112 para continuar a la alza. Honestamente, muy fácil de leer el MACD. Lo difícil es invertir solo con él. Pero eso nadie te está obligando. Y acá, de nuevo, tienes este hombro, cabeza, hombro, que para mí, donde está que te sales de la posición es en los 93, 92. Tal vez si yo fuera a querer invertir en esto, metería una acá y chance en el promedio del 5 y ya, pues, si me saca, la mitad y mitad, así para poder bajar mi promedio de entrada y irme para arriba. Porque ya donde estás aquí, la línea meme con confluencia de esto y en la diaria simplemente romper ese SMI 200 y llevártelo, tiene todos los ingredientes de una receta alcista. Robinhood, nada mal, pegándole a nuestro primer objetivo de inversión. Y una vez más, me hace pensar, ¿no? Volteo a ver a Tesla. ¿Dónde está Tesla? Rebotando en dónde. Si a Tesla no lo rechaza con fuerza, este SMI 200, que una vez más se encuentra justamente en estos 415, Tesla simplemente va a ranguear por acá, señores, y va a continuar hasta que quiera, ¿no? Y esto quiere decir que no estamos en la gran crisis financiera que te promete Paco. Ahí lo tienen. Vamos a la que sigue. La que sigue era Palantir for a trade. Y ahora... Y la otra es... ¿Cómo se llama esta chingadera? Buenos días, compañía. Ulta. Okay. Ulta for investing, Alex. ULTA.
Is it the beauty store?
Yes, it is.
Oh, perfect.
I used to go there back in the day when I was in high school and use all of my mom's rewards points to buy myself some colognes, some perfumes, some fragrances.
You are indeed Pakistani.
Indeed.
I was watching the Iraq versus Iran game with Belen, and I was like, can you imagine what the field smells like? It must be a fucking clash of colognes, the size of which never been seen before.
The second you step on the field, it just reeks of oud.
And some Drakkar Noir too.
My people.
Yeah. Everyone's people. Because Mexicans also love their cologne, dude. You fucking get into an elevator in Mexico and it's like fucking stank 202. I can't do it. I can't do it.
Speaking of Iraq and Iran, that reminds me of a Dio joke. How did I get out of Iraq? I ran.
God damn it. God fucking damn it. I'll give it to you. That's pretty good. That's pretty good in how bad it is.
So on Palantir, we have come to very extreme areas to the downside on momentum from this straight down move of how much percentage? This is just on the 2 days. This is not from the top. 35% to the straight downside. And momentum is now making a slightly higher low, I think, from this low here. Let me make sure. Yeah, slightly higher low from this low back here, and price is making a lower low, giving you possibility of bullish divergence appearing here. And this is coming from a bounce off of the 95% on the HPDR. And the confirmation for this bullish divergence is going to be on the low time frames, or for a bigger bounce from this level here. You need to see a close over $118, and then that'll take you into retesting somewhere around this 38.2%, this 200 SMA, taking you to around $130 to $136. But as of now, this is just a possibility, especially since as you're closing below, or especially as you're below the 78.6. Closing above there will also close you above this wick low, confirming your bullish wick high, confirming your bullish divergence, and then that'll take you up. Let's go here, and you're also very close to getting a bearish cross, the pink about to go up below the yellow. What will happen though, if you confirm this bullish divergence, these likely will diverge, and then you're going to get the opposite move. Daily is currently flipped up. Volatility is going into contraction. Let me zoom in here. We have a lower low along with the lower low in price. So there's no bullish divergence, and the daily jewel is starting to lose the sell signal at the critical zone. The last time we were at the critical zone was off of this low here, and this ended up being a major low before bouncing up a little bit, bouncing up a decent bit before making a lower low. Let's see how much of low this was. From this region here, from the critical zone. Actually, this was not even the critical zone. This was higher up. Let's find another better example. From this one here. This entered into the critical zone, and then from when you flip neutral, you went up about 12%, made a higher low, and then went up about 20%. Let's apply 12% from this region. 12% brings us to about $122, and 20% brings us to around that, basically exactly that 130 level. Interesting, which is the bottom 38.2%. 12-hour also flipped up, also opened above the 5 EMA. You got a rejection from the 9, but as long as you are above the 5, I do think you're going to come back up to at least 126. 4 hours also flipped up, making a lower low along with lower low in price. So there's no bullish divergence here. You're forming some hidden bearish divergence, however, because you have taken out this high on momentum while price is making a lower high. This will require a close below $111.39 to confirm. And if you do confirm this divergence, you're likely going to take this low out and come down towards somewhere around $97. 2 hours getting pretty high to the upside on momentum. You are putting in several drives of hidden bearish divergence with volatility also expanding. This will confirm with any close below $115.65, which you're very close to doing. Once you confirm that divergence, you get to move down to somewhere around 109 at a minimum. And at that point, I do think that it's more probable that you will break down. Any 2-hour close below 109, and I think you're likely going to sweep this low and come down towards somewhere around $96 to $93. You are getting a bullish cross in the background, though, pink above the yellow. Let's look at the RSI. Today's got hidden bearish divergence. You have hit the bearish control zone from there. Your next target would be the bearish control zone again, and that currently sits at about 112, not really that much lower. And no divergence forming here at all. Let's see what else. Simple moving average is at 124. The neutral zone is at 135. So you would have resistance between 124 and 135, right in that 130 region. Daily's got a local bottom, going to target the bearish control zone, sitting at 122. Neutral zone's at 136. 12 hours also has a local bottom, going to target somewhere around 122 to 130s. 8 hours got a local bottom, going to target 122 to 130s. 4 hours got a local bottom, going to target about 130. 2 hours about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence. This will confirm with any close below 115.65, and then this gives you a move into 110. And hourly's got hidden bearish divergence, gives you a target of about 1011. So I guess there's that short-term move from at around 110 long upwards to 130, and then you would have your stop at this region here. Let's see how wide this would be. 110 here. About 2.9% against you, and 130 is not bad, 18% in your favor. And then you could then short at the 200 SMA at around that 133 level. You'd have your stop at this high here at about 136, and then you're aiming for this low to get swept, and then your target from there is going to be around $95. If this high does get swept on this stop, then you would just flip long, and you'd be aiming for somewhere around 150s to 160. Let's go into momentum. Land here. 2-day is currently flipped down as long as you're closing below $109.25. Very close to flipping back up. Goes along with that idea of that short-term move up. Daily it's also flipped up, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 107.41. 12 hours also up as long as you're closing over 107.38. 4 hours also up as long as you're closing over 107.28. 2 hours also up as long as you're closing over 110.31. That would be the area where we're looking to bid around 110. And now hourly is freshly flipping down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 116.83. So on the low time frames, I would look for that move down with the bearish divergences to tag somewhere around $110. That would be the ideal area to start entering into a short-term long with this wick low as your stop around that 106, 106.90s, 106.60 zone. And from there, you'd be targeting 130 for your TP, which is an 18% move in your favor versus 3% move against you. 6-1 right there, pretty awesome. And then around that 130 zone, you could take that short, although I personally wouldn't, because you're still coming on the high time frames from extreme lows on the HPDR. So probably at the most bearish case scenario, probably just going to grind out some type of lower high and then end up going down. But in a more bullish scenario, you actually could get a nice bounce here from very extreme lows, because you have gone straight down from like 200 something bucks all the way down to $100. Makes sense to see a decent sized bounce after that. The main idea here, though, is that 110 to $130 move. And if you're feeling ballsy, then you could take that short at 130 to 135 with this wick high as your stop, and then you'd be aiming for about $95.
Thank you, senor.
Depending on your huevos.
Yeah, honestly, at this point, fucking under the weekly 100, silver cross to the downside. There's not even like record of this shit. You were obviously under the 100 in August of 2022. But once you regained it, tested it twice, went up like a motherfucker. Never again. Okay.
Yeah, me personally, I don't have huevos.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, these are already quite punished, right? 44, and it's been down 50%. Now, it's down 50%, but just look at this in this way. Going up, the gains like almost double your money to another
that's
top.
pretty great.
Like, I'm sorry, on a weekly, this shit looks... If I'm investing in Palantir, I'm investing here in the... Well, where you are? No. Basically 115. Probably 100 to 95 area. And then, dude, like $80 would be crazy.
Yeah, because they're probably not going anywhere, most likely.
No, and people forget. This is what I'm saying. When they all talk about like AI and it's like bearish and they're all saying like it's a bubble and whatnot. The day, like when you see at top that it's really going to drop, you know what you get? You get October 10th on Bitcoin. You get this to this. And remember, no one said anything. Everyone's like, no, we're going to go back up. We're going to definitely go back up. No one said a thing. Like, people always think it's going to go back to the top. That's when you go into a bear market of something. When you're here in Palantir right now, and I'm hearing people at Ford saying, oh, yeah, dude, we're definitely hiring more humans because AI is stupid as fuck. Come on. Like, you're already at a fucking amazing place. Now, I'm talking long term, right? One, 2, 3. That's long term fucking great. Because this shit's going to continue to go up. Remember, the government is funding it. That's all you need to know. When the government funds something, if I don't know if people have noticed or not, continues to go up because it's unlimited money. So, and we'll be exporting intelligence and computing power. That's what we are doing right now. So I don't know. Like, I think this is a great investing opportunity on Palantir.
Yeah, for more of a longer term.
Yeah, longer term. No leverage. Just the spot.
Not if you need to pay your rent next week.
Yeah, no, please, no. That's for fucking absolute retards.
That's what the casinos comes in handy.
That's right. This is when you do your long right here and then just fucking take it out right here and then. But I wouldn't bet against this right now. At this point now. Like I wouldn't feel comfortable on. Well, maybe entering a short up here, yeah, because at least you're gonna get a move, but not expecting it to go to $90.
Mm-hmm. Especially since it's already down 50%.
Yeah, that's for a crazy company like this one. That's crazy. That's insane.
What did they do in 2022? Down.
Oh, but that's when it came out. So that was a brutal one, right? They did their IPO. So it's kind of like Coinbase, but again, this is not 2022. 86%.
Yeah, see, but that's also along with the IPO drop.
That's what I'm saying. Like these are the most extreme drops.
Yeah.
Like even if you get a 60%, you're very close. You're at 50% already.
Yeah. And you're not suckering out all of the people who bought on excitement when it IPO'd.
Exactly. I mean, getting these type of opportunities is rare as fuck, right? We got it in 2022. People are we get like the same type of greed that this is the same thing that's going to happen again and again and again. Like you're already down, dude, 50%. That's pretty good. How about this? How much did it go down on the tariffs? Because everybody knows the tariffs in Palantir were crazy.
Oh yeah,
47%.
All of that Chinese Palantir software.
Exactly, 47%. And now, if you bought that drawdown of 47% and held it to the top, it's a 2x. And you're right now at 44% down, and it's gotten to 48.
At that point, you're kind of just getting greedy for a couple more bucks.
That's what I'm saying. At some point, it becomes ridiculous to keep waiting. I mean, I know we all want to get the best fucking price on everything, but I've learned the hard way that because I keep making like all these moves and I keep making all this money buying great positions, but I don't go all in or even close to it because I'm waiting for lower targets and I'm like splitting my interest in 4 or like this. Sometimes you got to be just a little bit more aggressive. Mm-hmm. A little, not going crazy, just a little. Either way. Thank you, senor. And what's next for you? 1 second. Alex is doing Ulta. And then for you, MSTR for a trade. MicroStrategy. Look at us.
MicroStrategy.
Oh, man, it's up 10%. Fucking let's go. Oh, please, dear God. Let that be the bottom. Let that be the bottom. I went all in. I bought at 83. I went all in.
Mashallah.
I didn't get the 81, high 81s, low 82s, but 83. I went all like on the position that I was getting in. I went all in. So we'll see how that does.
It hit the buy zone. I think I got in at 85 around. So I'm still buying. I didn't go all in at all, but still buying. But it is in the buy zone, 80 to 85. So it above 90. Like, yeah, that's a good sign, honestly.
Because the percentage was crazy. It's 11% now. That's pretty good. Keep telling me that fucking Michael Saylor is going to go bankrupt. Now all the smart people who admired the most retarded human being in the world are realizing he's retarded. No, you guys are fucking retarded. That's what you are.
I didn't even know until you mentioned it that he got approved to sell like 1.2 billion in Bitcoin. They buy the top, so they're gonna sell the bottom. It's just
you see what I'm saying? Yeah. Come on.
We just need some more missiles now.
That's the thing. They keep giving us bad news on every drop, dude. And that's how 2023 worked. That's how 2022, 2023 worked. The October, November lows, it was nuclear war between Europe and Putin, right? And Russia. Then March, it was the banks collapsing. And then October of 2023, the fantastic Hamas setup came with the war between, the Jews destroying those fucking people out of the face of the earth. I don't even remember who they are because they fucking killed them all. But those guys that were there next to them.
There's a parking lot there now.
That parking lot they own now. So all the bad news. And then we had like this nice correction started when people were like, oh, now there's no more uncertainty on the markets. We can buy in. When I read that, I was like, oh man, time to fucking get out. And that's when we had the big drops right now. I like this. I like what I'm seeing so far. We'll see if it stays, but I like what I'm seeing so far. Ok, Palantir, rápido, para todos ustedes. Están viendo, tíos, una vez más, análisis técnico básico. Tenía todas mis zonas de compra acá. No para mí, para ustedes, damas y caballeros. Quiero que entiendan esto. 2025, la bajada de los aranceles, 47%. Del tope a donde estás ahorita, 44%. Al fondo de donde ha llegado, 48%. La última vez que tocaste el promedio del 100 fue cuando rompiste la alza en el 2023, ¿ok? ¿A qué punto? Ahora, el mercado bajista del 2022, que incluye el IPO y todo eso, fue un mercado bajista que se llevó a Palantir a, ¿cómo se llama? A mínimos de 83%, 86% bajo el tope. Ok, pretende que es lo mismo, tío. Aquí ya estás en una zona de compra de no mames. Si están interesados en invertir a largo plazo, esta es mi opinión. Acá tienes la siguiente y si quieres ser conservador, ¿no? Acá. Y si fueras a promediar así, digamos que lo divides igual y quedas a la mitad, estás hablando de Palantir en descuento de 50%, ¿no? Si te pones más agresivo, 54%. Hasta aquí abajo es 61% y no te vas a llevar el S&P 200 a la baja, lo siento. Y otra vez, si te están diciendo que la inteligencia artificial va a explotar y la verga, tío, ¿en verdad va a explotar? ¿No? ¿Qué es lo que necesitas ver? Simplemente estas caídas sin que nadie te diga nada. Y ya aquí te empiezan a soltar las noticias de que va a caer, de que la inteligencia artificial se va al pito. Y aquí es cuando tu Paco favorito te cuenta que ya todo está perfecto y que todo el mundo hay certidumbre en el mercado y bolas, güey. Toma tu certidumbre por el ano. Estás debajo del promedio del 100, una excelente zona para empezar a abrir tu posición. Vamos al trade que estás volteando a ver en la diaria, mi hermano, y ese trade está simplemente aquí. Un reajuste a los 110, al nivel de los 110, no te quieres meter en corto ahorita porque vas en tendencia para arriba. Una entrada en 110 con una invalidación aquí abajo en los 106. Esto te debería llevar por ahí de los 130, que es el promedio del 34, más o menos. Y ahí, pues si lo aguantas, etcétera, y puedes seguir y te vuelves avaro, probablemente no sé qué te vaya a hacer, pero es la idea. Has estado muy castigado, has estado en caída sin parar y esto debería darse la vuelta con una reentrada. Puede ser 110, puedes dividirla en el promedio del 5 también diario, en los 113 y también los 110 y salirte simplemente aquí abajo en los 106 si es que llegas ahí. Pero Palantir, una vez más, para acumular a largo plazo, no estoy diciendo que de aquí, de la noche a la mañana, se vaya a altos históricos, no se ve mal. Sobre todo considerando que no había estado abajo del S&P 200 desde el 2023, tío. Ni siquiera la caída de los aranceles fue así de grande, ni tampoco esta fue la de los aranceles, perdón, ni tampoco la del 2024, ¿no? Muy pocos se acuerdan del 2024 con el reverse carry trade que te prometió todo tu Paco favorito, que es lo que estaba pasando en la economía. Esa caída fue de 24% para Palantir. Nada, tío. Lo que tienes ya ahorita aquí está bastante bueno, en mi opinión. Ahí tienes tu trade diario también para que lo tengan anotado. Y qué bonito es lo bonito. Strategy 11.72% arriba, solamente el día de hoy. Ese tipo de cosas es lo que quieres ver. Vamos a ver si se mantiene, pero güey, que me digas que En el fondo, ¿no? Una vez más, la gente que se dé cuenta de que el güey más imbécil del mundo es imbécil, no se están dando cuenta, les dijeron que se dieron cuenta. Y ahora eso se les va a borrar el cassette. En el siguiente mercado alcista de Bitcoin, Michael Saylor va a volver a ser Dios y el güey más inteligente del planeta, y los voy a volver a ver cuando estemos aquí otra vez. ¿Ok? Ready, Alex, for some makeup bullshit.
Ulta. Yeah, nice. And really, it's not a bad looking chart. I mean, you got the lower low and then immediately just reversed into a new all-time high, putting this back into an uptrend. It does look weak now after that higher high break, but when you start actually looking at it like on a quarterly, it actually is looking pretty strong, just in like a macro sense of things. Where to invest on this chart? Yeah, I do believe that like this chart does like to find bottoms off the 100. That is currently at 386. So I'm looking at 400 to 386. It's kind of like a buy zone. I do believe we just have to wait one day, and that'll kind of tell us if this is going to go lower or not. Each time that really Ulta has lost its monthly 34 and stayed under it, it has resulted into a bottoming move every time you've hit that 100. Here as well, when you lost the 34, look how aggressive it went to the 100, where then this was a deviation play, multiple months of entries before going on a very nice bull market move. So here it's really simple. You are under it. It's at 481. You close this month under the 34. Watch for a rejection there. That should take you around 386 to around 400, where that should be the buying opportunity. I mentioned the quarterly, and you can see that if it wants to load, quarterly is in higher high posturing. Anywhere here is going to be higher low potential. Again, just like the monthly 100, you did form multiple bottoms off the quarterly EMA 34. That does sit at the same zone at $384. Overall, though, yeah, this chart's pretty bullish. When you go to the monthly HBDR, you can see that really that 380 zone, it is in the extreme area. It's in the same zone, right in that 88.3, that you do like to find nice bottoms. So I would be watching that. Again, even HBDR is telling you what the EMAs are. You lose the 34, big dump to the 100. You lose the 61.8. You get a big drop down to 400, where that should, in my opinion, grind some kind of bottom and be a major opportunity zone. Because we don't need to guess like bottoms. We know, okay, this made a high, so that's strength. The macro's in an uptrend. We just are now grinding out some kind of higher low. And so for us, it's not, well, where should the higher lows be? There's just levels in the chart that always hold. Here again, even on the 6 month, you've made your bottoms right off that 6 month 21. Now, I don't think we're going to 360, but this can obviously take time. And this could just give you more confluence that towards 400 to 380 is kind of a nice buy zone on Ulta. Very strong chart, though. Like, I do see why someone would want to invest in this, honestly. It's not a bad looking chart. So 386 to 400 is the buy zone. Watch the monthly 100. And you most likely, if you're trying to like have an easy invalidation or even just like when to know this is probably going to start really dumping, just use the bi-weekly and look at the SMA 200. If you start closing 2 to 3 bi-weekly closures under this, that'll just be implication for the quarterly and the 6 month that most likely they are going to go lower. Lower for me would be right at 367, and you break that, lose the biweekly estimate 200, you'll drop all the way down to 300. And then this will put this chart into really weak posturing. So until then, I am betting on 386 to 400 to hold. Don't need to really guess on that. That is just a spot that loves to hold when we go on at least multi-month downtrends. And yeah, Ulta is looking strong overall, and this higher high really saved the chart. Put in that lower low, and often when you see that on like a monthly, a lower low to immediately a higher high, this was the short squeeze. This was the trap on bears. Here was the price divergence, got longs out, short started to scale on a lower low break, and then immediately needed to make a higher high. And it did. Now, quotation marks immediately. It took multiple months, but still, I mean, look at the explosive moves just off that lower low break in about 3 months. 57%. So why this is not the worst looking chart, Ulta, surprisingly. Bullish on makeup.
Well, it costs nothing to make, and the profits are insane. Insane. I have a friend of mine that, well, a friend of Belen's that opened her cosmetics line, and I was going to help her do the Chinese prototypes and all that shit. And my partner was like, no, dude, I don't want to fucking do makeup. And we passed on it, and now she's going to sell that for like close to $1 billion.
Good Lord. Oh my gosh. Yeah, and
So-
Ulta can just be like a housing too. Like they don't even need to make their own product. They can just sell successful products. Like, and I don't know if they do, but like, you know, all the Kylie makeup or all
yeah,
this
that's what they do.
Yeah, and take no risk and just take a small cut.
Yeah, that's literally what they do. Like, what's the one that every single fucking girl, and same thing, that they want to be on this fucking store, whatever. I'll remember it eventually, but yeah, that's what they do. They become a gigantic distributor.
So makes sense. It looks good, and I think it is funny though that monthly low break to just zooming up to the higher high. Just predatory, a little predatory, but when you start seeing the little details on the chart, it's like, okay, it kind of makes sense. Kind of makes sense.
Damn, this was the Hamas setup. Okay. Alta, mi hermano, ¿quieres invertir en esta mamada? Ahí te va. De nuevo, ¿qué es las cosas fáciles que puedes hacer para esto? En el 2023, ¿cuánto corrigió? 33%. Busca las correcciones, ¿no? De alto a bajo. 45%, 33%. 2020, 65%. Y ahora esto fue porque cerraron las tiendas. Entonces, algo así no vas a volver a ver. Yo diría entre 35 y 45 es lo ideal. ¿Dónde estás ahorita? 35 a 45, más o menos esta zona. Exactamente. Y puedes ver que en la de 2 semanas, normalmente cuando vienes al promedio del 100, la línea roja, casi siempre aguanta. Esto fue COVID, no aguantó. Aquí ni lo tocaste, aquí sí aguantó. Esto fue el bajón de... Este está raro para las de maquillaje, porque esto fue combinado, el bajón de el carry trade, ¿no? El reverse carry trade, y luego el bajón de los aranceles. No. Por eso me encantan las narrativas, son tan estúpidas, todas. ¿Dónde valdría la pena invertir? Güey, si lo vas a hacer en 3 o en 2, ahí te va. 1, ¿dónde estás? 2, aquí abajo en los 400. No, yo la más haría 2 ahí. Porque si no, hay veces que tienes que ser un poco más agresivo. Sí, aquí ya te ponen 42%, tío. Al S&P 200, que también lo tocas, está por ahí de los 386, pero va a continuar subiendo. Y esta tabla de 2 semanas va a cerrar en 3 días. Entonces te va a dar otro subidón del mismo, probablemente esta zona de $400. Entonces ya estás en 465. Tal vez ahí abrir la primera. Y la segunda, simplemente vas para abajo. Estás en una clara tendencia alcista, ¿no? Si lo puedes ver. Y en la mensual, también lo mismo con tu promedio del 100. Lo has tocado 1, 2 veces de toda su historia, tío. Desde que salió el 2007, 2008. Y normalmente casi siempre aguanta el 55. Muy pocas veces ha tocado el 100. Entonces, date la oportunidad del 55 y pues, güey, si toca el 100, hay que acabar de entrar, si es lo que estás buscando y crees en esta empresa. Que no se ve nada mal, y empresas de maquillajes en un chingo, pero un chingo de varo. Una cosa que se me estaba olvidando hacer es el giveaway, señores. Les tenemos esos $3,000 deliciosos que estamos regalando con Bitunix y están tradeando con nosotros usando nuestro enlace referidos a nuestro sitio de tutos, que por cierto está el enlace en la descripción de este video para todos ustedes. Como hay tan pocos, vamos a ver si los mismos de la semana pasada se llevan la lana. Entonces voy a empezar con la primera. Vamos a empezar con la primera persona llevándose esos $1,500. ¿Cómo de que no, damas y caballeros? Vamos a ver, vamos a ver, vamos a ver. Damas y caballeros, lo tenemos todo por acá. Y nuestro primer ganador es... ¡Tarán! No, este es nuevo, val@yahoo.com. Felicidades, mi estimado hermano. Espero que no estés leyendo tus tablas en Yahoo Finance, ¿no? Para que puedas aprovechar estos $1,500. que vas a poder tradear. Recuerda que te los van a dar, aquí va a aparecer en tu cuenta, le picas a la campanita y te van a dar un cupón con $1,500 para que trades en futuros. Así que ahí están, luego, instantáneamente dados. Vamos por el segundo lugar, por estos $1,000 deliciosos. ¿Quién se lleva estos $1,000 deliciosos? Recuerden, imagínense a la vieja de Tecate dando vueltas en el ring y brincando y aplaudiendo las nalgas solamente para darle un efecto positivo en sus mentes, como lo haría cualquier buena empresa de peleas o lo que sea. Bulonario. Felicidades, cabrón. Felicidades, bulonario. Te llevaste $1,000 en USDT para tradear. ¿Cómo de que no? Vamos con el último. Y estos son dos ganadores nuevos, ¿eh? Nada mal, felicidades. Vamos con el nuevo el día de hoy. Recuerden que también el miércoles y el viernes tenemos otro de estos giveaways igualito. Nos faltan $6,000 después de estos 500. Vamos a ver quién se los lleva. Y nuestro último ganador, que se va a bañar en la champaña de las tetas de Sydney Sweeney, es ¡tarán! Owe en iCloud.com. Nada mal, mi estimado hermano Owen. Felicidades, no sé por qué te voy a decir Owen, pero pues ya lo nombramos. Muchísimas felicidades, te llevas esos $500. Ahí lo tenemos, nuestros $3,000 en USDT de lunes y nos vemos el miércoles para más. Strategy continúa subiendo, damas y caballeros, en ese 12, casi 13%, nada mal. Una vez más, para que vean cómo funcionan las noticias, hermanos. Solamente para que noten cómo funcionan las noticias y que cuando más te diga la gente, no compres ese Ponzi. Vayan a ver mi post en Twitter, donde les puse, o en X, discúlpenme, donde les dije, aquí estoy atascándome de strategy, gratis para todos ustedes. Vean los comentarios. Y así es como funciona este pedo. Vamos con la que sigue, como de que no, damas y caballeros. Y esto es, MSTR, baby. That's it. That's what we're looking at right now. It's for a trade, so.
MicroStrategy. The Bloomberg actually hasn't updated their real-time tracker yet. It's having a malfunction because Michael Saylor actually is the first trillionaire. I think
Forbes is printing an article right now.
I think they swapped Elon and Michael Saylor.
Yeah.
It's a common mistake. Happens. All right. So we'll start with the 2-day on MicroStrategy. We're getting very, very close to flipping momentum back up here on the 2-day, approaching the moving average. Although this has happened several times, and every single one of these led to a lower high and then further dumping action. As of now, we are bouncing up from the 95%, and every one of these previous times where we bounced up, it was also from the 95%, and then we moved up into the 9 EMA, each one of these moves, and then that led further down. And currently the 9 EMA is sitting at around $112, somewhere in that region, $110 to $112. Also lining up with this previous bottoming zone before you got your lower high bounce, lining up with this one and this one here, just like a simple meme line right in this region. Let's zoom out. At that point, you'll likely be taking out all of these highs of momentum, putting in hidden bearish divergence. And if we get a confirmed local top in that region, right around the 9 EMA, then we're going to have to look for a sweep of these lows at $85, like $85 low, and I'd be looking for somewhere around $74 after that. But this is front running a lot of things, and it's possible that we come up here and don't confirm the local top and bearish divergence, and this just continues going upwards. Possible. We have to see the reaction around that point. Let's go into the daily now. Daily is starting to flip up, getting back over the moving average with volatility going into contraction. Go back in here. See, this is a lower low. This is indeed a lower low, along with the lower low on price, giving you no possibility of bullish divergence here, but you are very close to putting in a local bottom. And this will confirm a local bottom with any close over $87.67. And confirming a local bottom here will likely bring you up towards the bottom 38.2%, which currently is sitting right around $113, $111, somewhere in that region. That lines up with the 2-day 9 EMA around $111, $112.
I believe the weekly has the possibility for bullish divergence.
Let's check.
On the RSI.
Oh yeah, is it higher or low? It's a lower low. Let's see from which one.
On mine, it does from like the last low on January 26th.
Oh, wait, this is not the RSI. This is the Jewel. I'm retarded.
Oh,
I'm retarded. My bad. Excuse my autism.
listen, I'm sure I have it in just a different form.
There's actually a study on this that all people who have autism usually migrate towards each other. So if one person has autism in a friend group, all of them usually do.
There you go. That explains everything.
Yeah, big brain type of things. Oh, indeed, massive bullish divergence here.
Delicious.
This will require a close over $129. And if this does get confirmed, it gives you a move back to about $200. You also got it on the 2-week.
Damn.
On the 2-week, about $136.25, and then this brings you into $250. Next level would be about $600 after $250, but we have to. This is probably going to update. Monthly is putting in bearish divergence, although this won't affect the weekly or 2-week bullish divergence. Those are still going to be possible. And monthly is already in the critical zone, so not really much more for this to go. We did bottom on the last bear market at the 200, and the 200 is currently sitting at $50. I'm not sure, and you do currently have fresh drive of bearish divergence appearing, but this is very, very high time frame. Let's go back to our lower time frame. Alrighty, go to daily. Okie dokie. 12 hour. 12 hours also making a lower low on momentum, so there's no possibility of bullish divergence there either, but also making a local bottom on the 12 hour with any close above $87.67. 8 hours also flipping up on momentum, also putting in a local bottom, also targeting somewhere around 111 to 113. 4 hours also making a local bottom with momentum now starting to flip up. This is also a lower low, so there's no possibility of bullish divergence. But you will confirm a local top, then you close over about 87.67, and then that gives you a move into somewhere around 101. Nice psychological $100 figure. Plus, you got a God mode signal here on the jewel, and you are losing the sell signal, flipping into neutral. Last time you got that signal, you got how much of a bounce from this region? It was almost a 10% move up. Not bad. So it's just for funsies. From this region here, from where was this? Neutral was here. So we take from here and we run it up about, basically almost 10% now. Just do 1% more. Brings us to about $94, $95. Okie dokie. Now let's look at the RSI. MSTR. You're in the critical zone. A retouch of the critical zone to put you at $95. Daily's putting in 3 drives of bullish divergence. This will confirm with any close over $87.67. And then this gives you a move to the edge of the bearish control zone, which currently sits at around $103. Going towards that 2-day 9. 12 hours also putting in bullish divergence, and this gives you a target towards the same level, 103. 8 hours also putting in bullish divergence, same target, 103. 4 hours making a local bottom. This is going to target the edge of the bearish control zone. Targets sits at around 106 with the stop at the simple moving average, which is around $95. You got a silver cross, fresh silver cross happening on the 15-minute, just confirmed it. But you got a topping candle here, so somewhere around $90. $91 and $90 would be the ideal entry for that long towards around 105, but it's not really that big of a move. Let's see how much of a risk, how much risk that is on here. This would be the stop around 2.8%, and then around 105 takes you to actually the 2-day 9 around 111. But we'll front run that and put it at 110. You could have a TP at $100 with the psychological number. That's 11%, and 110 brings you to 20%. Not bad there. That would be your long around 91 to $90. You got your stop loss at $87.90, and then from there, first TP is at $100. Second one is at $110. That for first one is around 11% or 12% in your favor versus 2.8% against you. The second one is around 22% in your favor with 2.8 against you. Let's look at momentum. I wonder why they named it Mike. I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say the stock market's pumping so hard, even Nike's up 1%.
Wow.
That's crazy.
It's a lot.
That's what I'm saying. Imagine, this is a big pump. Jack in the Box, up 19% today. Roblox for the pedophiles. There you go. Pedophilia is back in style. Almost 15%.
Wow, pedophilia is back on the menu, boys.
Even Lucid is up almost 7%. That's when you know shit's like makes no sense.
But Bitcoin's also up too. Amazing.
Solami's dude is really fucking pumping hard. Look at that.
Even XRP is green.
Well, of course. The thing is, XRP is just going to stay at $1 because remember that they're going to change XRPs for dollars.
Yeah,
It's
stable.
become the new dollar.
Okay, so we're the 2-day here. 2-day on MicroStrategy is currently flipped down, but very close to flipping back up, and it will flip back up with any close over $89.64. So let's say $89.65, and that will be the first time momentum has flipped up since about April when we got our lower high bounce, and then last time we flipped up momentum from this region was back over here, and this gave us another lower high. Let's see how much that was percentage-wise. This was a 25.6% move up. Not bad. Here's this one that bounced back up from, or flipped back up from the same region. Let's take it from here. And this was about 19% move up, also almost 20%. So if you were to take this bounce here, actually, let's check this one also. This one in this region here. This one flipped back up, took us up about 56%. Not bad. Let's see the more immediate move. This is around 45%. Let's see, this one flipped up here, 25%. So let's flip this. Let's measure this in this region where we are flipping back up. And let's take this to about first 19 to 20%. Brings us to about $101, $102. And now let's take this for funsies, about that 45% number, 40 to 45. Brings us to about 119 to like 120, 125-ish region. Okie dokie, let's keep those in mind. Daily is also freshly flipping back up, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 85, 84. And another there. Also putting in a local bottom on the daily. 12 hours also flipped up as long as you're closing over 85.77, also putting in a local bottom. And nothing else. 8 hours also flipped up as long as you're closing over 85.77. 4 hours also flipped up as long as you're closing over 83.01, and you have confirmed a local bottom on the 4 hour. Let's zoom in on this. You're just making steadily lower lows on the stochastic, but the RSI you do have bullish divergence. And 2 hours currently flipped up as long as you're closing over about $83.53. So currently, if you do get a pullback into somewhere around $90, that would be the ideal area to start to enter into a short-term, long-term, into the next resistance point. And that will also come along with the 15-minute silver cross that you currently have. That puts you down towards somewhere around $90 to $91. Your current pivot is around $92 in 15 minutes. So if you were to come back down, just sub 92 for a little bit to tag that 15-minute 9 EMA to the 100 on the silver cross, puts you right around that $90 region. Your stop would be right over there at $87.94. And from there, you're targeting first target around $100, and then the next one is going to be at around $110. 2.8% against you, and about 12% for the first one, and then about 20 to 22% for the second one.
Well, that's fucking crazy on the 15-minute chart.
The gambling chart.
The gambling chart. Look at this. Hang on. Fucking zoom. God damn it. Jack in the Box is 20% up.
Wow.
Roblox 15% up. Palantir 3%. Nike's 1.5%. That's crazy for Nike.
Well,
Lucid's
heaven is moving.
almost
Like
7.
getting
Everything is
Nike up.
moving up right now. Like I don't know what's going on. And then look at Nike. Man, what a great chart. Hang on.
Trump must have tweeted telling everyone to buy a new pair of Air Force Ones.
It must have been Tim Cook. He
Oh,
he probably bought another million worth of that.
He searched in between his couch cushions and found another $1 million.
Hang on, let me check on PayPal since we're looking at the highest grade companies right now. Holy shit!
He went in between the seats in his Ferrari Luce.
Wait, that's not PayPal. That's there you go. How's PayPal doing? Not bad. Equally as bad. Equally as bad. You know which one I was checking the other day and no one's asking anymore? Celsius.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I saw that GameStop was pumping because they're trying to acquire PayPal.
Shit's heading down. Dude, GameStop is the stupidest fucking thing in the world. I hope people understand what that's all about at some
People are
point.
still waiting for the squeeze to be squoze.
Hopefully it'll be squozen with the squeezing. Because otherwise people are going to be left without nipples from all the squeezing they're doing.
People are still holding GameStop, AMC, Bed Bath and Beyond, BlackBerry, all of this shit, hoping that it'll come back.
In a way, it's kind of hilarious.
Here's what you can do: withdraw all of that money, bet it on Messi. That's financial advice.
That's it. That's basically the easiest way to get some of it back. Because you're already down like fucking hardcore. Yeah, we're basically, you boys are done. Anything else you'd like to say before you go?
Not for me.
All right. Alex just fucking ran out. Here he is.
Somehow BlackBerry is like mega pumping the last 3 months. Unless I'm looking at the wrong chart, BB. This is interesting.
Oh, wow. By the way, this is a short. No matter what, this is a short.
Yeah, like what narrative, what headline
No,
are
there's
people waiting
dude.
for? Like, why is that pumping, really?
This is this opportunity again. All these bad companies eventually have like those days, right? Like when you have a day like this, and if you short it, you're a genius.
Yeah, true.
Like, this is a short.
Oh yeah, look at the quarterly. You could even see right at $19 is where you'd want to short.
Yep, right here. Do you think it'll touch it? I would even dare to fucking, how far away is that?
Yeah, before I say something, let's see.
7%.
Probably. I mean, it's come so far. Why not? Just a little higher.
Yeah, what is BlackBerry doing? Hang on. There's news right here.
TradingView says it's a strong buy.
No, yeah, they're literally exit pumping this thing.
Imagine
That's what they're
BlackBerry
doing.
announces they're no longer making phones and they're just making memory chips now. That would cause this.
Oh, yeah. But no, they're still making their stupid ass phone. No, this is exit liquidity pump. I guarantee it. Look at RSI, dude. It hasn't been this high, even on this. Like you're talking 2008 type of highs.
Monthly, bi-weekly, weekly volatility, all at extremes.
Yeah.
And really, it's like the chart isn't even, the TA is not even strong behind it because this still needs to retest. So
even the 100, like down here.
Yeah, like if you're just
$8.
taking up only, it's probably not going to do that. You will get some big dump.
I mean, all these companies have like these moments. Like I said, even on this chart, you can see the last one here. You know,
JCPenney did the same shit, and it's not like they're doing anything great.
What's JCPenney's?
After they went bankrupt, they went up several thousand%.
Oh, I wonder why. So interesting.
I think probably to just squeeze out all the people trying to short it.
Most likely. That's probably what's happening. No, this is a fucking big time short. Big time. If you know how to buy options, I would buy options, right? You would buy puts. That's what it is.
Yeah, just like long expiration puts here.
Yeah. If
Because
I only understood.
Like it's a betting game. Like you're just waiting on the big rejection. So you have
Also-
puts out for like.
Also, you can profit off of the people who think the squeeze will be squeezing by selling calls.
Okay. So I have no idea how to do any of those things, but sounds fucking really smart.
Because if you were to get 100 shares of this thing, and then because right now since it's pumping, the calls are extremely overpriced. You just sell with those 100 shares, you could sell the call, and then unless the price goes insanely high, you get all of your money back.
The
only way you lose on that if BB just keeps going up.
Yeah, which it won't.
Yeah.
I'm gonna sign it here. Hang on. What was the number on the quarterly? $19.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna do 1850 because I don't want to get a.
Yeah, why not?
There it is. Because eventually, when all these crap companies get their pumps, people like, for example, let's say you invested in this and you invested up here. Instead of selling right now, you're gonna be like, dude, it's finally coming back. It's like, nah, dude, get the fuck out. And then they're gonna fucking eat dick again, way lower.
and then puts the calls that you've sold for thousands of dollars become worth pennies.
Yeah. Damn. Look, I mean, damn, dude. 2008 was the last time he'd made a fucking a cycle top. That's crazy. This is a shit chart.
Yeah.
But then again, there are people buying Nike right now with Tim Cook. Either way. All righty. Well, thank you, boys. Oh, damn, strategy. 13% up, almost 14. That's good. That's good. I don't even want to look at my account right now on that one.
I have something micro, but it's not up 13%.
But it's not a strategy? All righty, boys. Well, you have a nice day. Thank you so much for everything. I appreciate you.
Thank you. See you boys on the next one. And just pay attention to the Discord, the trading alerts, and that 60,700 on Bitcoin. We'll see if we get the reclaim.
Crazy. It's not pumping that much compared to strategy, right?
Yeah. And then coins even pump in slightly too.
A little bit, like even 1%.
But again, like if strategy's selling down here, are they just marking some kind of bottom? Just the inverse of when they buy. So maybe, I mean, every mofo is literally shorting strategy. We obviously shorted in like the over the hundreds and got the full TP in the 80s, but many were shorting going into Friday on strategy because it worked last Friday. So that probably is what happened. Nice.
Probably squeezing the fuck out of those shorts. Alrighty. Well, thank you, boys. Appreciate it.
Muchas gracias, cabrones and cabronas. Hasta luego and buenas tardes.
Hasta luego. Buenas tardes.
What's up, boys?
Nada mal, strategy. San Pompazo, ¿no? 14% arriba. Vaya, vaya, vaya. Va, una vez más, ¿no? Le estaba diciendo a Alex y a Parra, ni siquiera quiero ver mi cuenta ahorita. Una de las buenas posiciones que estoy completamente alocado. Era, tío, es que dame malas noticias, demuéstrame que todo el mundo ahora es un genio y voy a irme al otro lado, lo siento, pues es así de fácil, Ahora, ¿quieres ser un trader en la diaria de strategy, tío? El pedo es que esto ya se te fue. Farhan estaba viendo temporalidades así de pinche loco en la de 15 minutos y así, pero estarías esperando a que te dé un retesteo por acá en los 90 y salirte en los 87, pero, o sea, en esta vela, ¿no? Aquí. Pero siento que no vale la pena, o sea, ve dónde estás. Y luego, aún así, vas a hacer una entrada en 90. Man, en 90 sí, tiene sentido, porque en 90 está más o menos por acá, donde está tu promedio del 21 en la de una hora, que es una locura hacer esto, pero bueno, te llevaría una invalidación de 3,5%. Aquí no hay trade. Y no le quieres hacer un corto a algo que tenga este tipo de momentum. Jamás. La otra cosa que vale la pena ver es acá tienes una mega divergencia alcista en la semanal. Mega. ¿Pueden ver este bajo de acá? Comparado con este bajo, pues tío, el primer bajo, que es mucho más alto, el de febrero, está aquí abajo y este está aquí, que fue mucho más bajo. Obviamente, para confirmarlo vas a tener que, no, el primer máximo está aquí. Vas a tener que reventar esta zona, que le queda bastante lejos. Pero una vez que te lleves esta zona de acá, esto puede reventar fuerte a la alza y llevarte chance hasta los $200. Y ahora voy a vender. Les digo una vez más, tengo que ver cómo se comporta todo el mercado, cómo todo el mundo está, porque todos los momentos de venta y todos los momentos de compra lo dicta la gente, tío. Literalmente lo dicta la gente. Es brutal cómo funciona esto, ¿no? De fácil. Y otra, por ejemplo, a mí que me gustó fue Lucid estos días. También tienes divergencias alcistas en la semanal, etcétera. Pero Lucid trajeron al nuevo CEO, despidió a todo el mundo y cuando despidieron a todo el mundo se puso a llorar y ya habías hecho el mínimo aquí atrás. Y Lucid empezó a pompear. Y ahora, al principio, cuando tuviste este pump la semana pasada, que fue en un día, pueden ver, en un día subió como 15%. Todo el mundo estaba diciendo, ay, todo el mundo cree que ya van a sacar a los, que va a ser el squeeze, pero no va a ser. Y continúa subiendo y continúa subiendo. Me gusta eso. Me gusta, simplemente, vi todas las noticias negativas que le dieron a Lucid, pero en realidad estaban pasando cosas buenas. Y ahí es cuando yo entro. Y estas cosas me gustan a mí. Este tipo de cosa psicológica es la que más me gusta. Jack in the Box, 21% arriba, tíos. 21% arriba. ¡Qué locura! Roblox, excelente. De nuestra zona de compra, vean ya dónde está. Es que también se mama, ¿no? ¿Hasta dónde bajó Roblox? Vean esto. Vean esto. Y hay gente que lo ve y le da miedo las cosas. A mí no me interesa comprar Roblox, lo tengo que decir. Pero qué pompazo, tío. Nada mal. Buenos días. No sé por qué el mercado en general está pompeando así. No sé si sea todo el mercado o en realidad son más como las cosas que estamos viendo acá nosotros. Pero pues bueno, tenemos este mínimo acá en Lucid. Empieza a pintar bien, a ver si puede aguantar este 9 y reventar hasta los 8, 7.70. Pero strategy, cabrón, 14% arriba. Y una vez más, es simplemente el entender qué es lo que pone a la gente como loca, ¿no? ¿Qué es lo que pone a la gente como loca? Y ahora no hay nada pasando, tengo que ver, tengo que salir a X y ver qué es lo que la gente está diciendo, si ya tengo que esperar a ver a mi Paco favorito. Qué fácil es literalmente guiarte de alguien que cuando encuentras un Paco bueno, así un pacazo, güey, te da todas las ventajas del mundo, todas, es brutal. Es más, no tiene nada de malo ser Paco. Ser Paco es solamente leer las noticias y pensar que tu opinión es tu opinión y es la opinión de las noticias. No tiene nada de malo ser Paco. En realidad agradezco de que existan los Pacos porque si no, no podría tener este tipo de no podría hacer este tipo de operaciones que tienen este tipo de ganancias sin ellos. Así que de verdad, de corazón, gracias a todo Paco. Nunca dejen de existir. Sé que suena y ustedes lo toman como que es un insulto. Nel, gracias. Necesito a gente que lea las noticias y que crea que tiene una opinión propia. Y de nuevo, no es un insulto, no tiene nada de malo, pero es lo que me funciona. El petróleo está haciendo una puta ranchera esperando aquí. ¿Por qué es una puta ranchera? No sé. Pero el petróleo anda por acá. Nada digno de mandarle, escribirle a nadie de plata cayendo. Coinbase en los 150. Oye, güey, ¿puedes abrir Coinbase y decirme dónde, cómo lo es para inversión? Está hasta en el puto Discord, ¿no? Y es más, aquí está. Circle. Esperar, buenas zonas, pero Circle está portándose como perra desgraciada también. Tiene cara que puede bajar más. Espero que sí nos dé más para abajo todavía cripto. Lo interesante es cómo está pompeando TradFi, el mercado tradicional, ¿no? No las 7 magníficas, que es interesante en mi punto de vista. Apple continúa acá abajo. Meta, nada. ¿Por qué no están pompeando esas y solamente las estupideces, no? ¿Quién sabe, tíos? Solana traía buen ritmo ahorita. Está empezando a darse un poco de descanso contra el promedio del 55. Si se metieron en corto acá en Sol, ya lo sacó a todos, a menos de que tengas el 55 como referencia en la diaria o el promedio del 9 en la semanal. El promedio del 9 te debería dar una reacción, ¿no? En los 76, 77. Divertido el casino, no les voy a mentir. Muy, muy divertido. Tesla, buen pompazo de Tesla. Es lo que decía. 370, cabrones, como pinche relojito. Hay tablas que tienes que aprender y que puedes ver cómo se mueven así. Una vez más, vean cuánto tiempo lleva desde que nos salimos. Fue acá. ¿Cuánto tiempo ha pasado? Esto es una tabla semanal. Casi un año, 39 semanas. En los 468. Vamos a ver cómo nos va en total en todo esto. Pero por ahora pinta bien la cosa. Pinta muy bien la cosa. Vale, pues nos vamos a ver el mundial, tíos. Nos vamos a ver el mundial, a ver qué pasa. Y pues bueno, les mando un abrazo a todos. Gracias por estar aquí con nosotros. 4 horas de esto, 4 horas 20 minutos. Nada mal. Pórtense bien y nos vemos en la próxima. Recuerda, noticias Salomundo. Confía. No, la neta no confíen. La neta, no confíen.